have been released from prisons in California the same year they were convicted, proving yet again it only takes 20 minutes depending on traffic or depending on how turned on your uncle is when he's banging your little cousin. Okay, that's my time. Happy Cyber Monday.
Wow.
Happy Cyber Monday!
Oh shit, he's very excited. Very excited about Cyber Monday.
Hello, Cyber Monday!
Oh shit.
It's my favorite holiday of the year. I love Cyber Monday.
Tell us what you love about Cyber Monday.
Oh my gosh, just all the things that I get on the computer. I got these fucking corduroy pants and they turned out a little too short. I feel like a dumbass, but they're so comfortable. I kept them on.
Oh my god, they're so short.
They're really short.
I didn't even notice until you said that.
I tried them on with my cowboy boots. I looked like a fucking pirate. I had to immediately take those off.
Oh.
I'm with you. I feel like everything goes with crazy red hair and a beard.
Yeah.
What?
Just wear anything with it.
Yeah, no, he's got very good fashion.
Yeah.
He's a sly.
Cool, thanks so much. Why'd you kind of laugh at that? You kind of scoffed after you said that. Like you were kind of mocking me.
It did sound like racism, but I don't have any. I support your whole thing.
Yeah.
Who
like
is this
that you're not-
dumbass? Somebody get this dumbass off the stage.
William, you have to stop yelling.
Seriously, it's Cyber fucking Monday, Kurt. You dumbass. You knew it was Cyber Monday.
I'm still hurt from what's his name, David attacking me.
Yeah, David Lucas.
Because that's not fair. First of all, look at him. Like I can't say nothing to him. You know he's gonna be killed by cops for selling loose cigarettes eventually.
That's true. That's true.
I'm not
What the
gonna
fuck
get in
was
on it
that?
now.
No, I didn't really hear that. What the fuck
He's
was
talking
that?
about David Lucas, William. He's talking about David. So let's talk about this setup.
Oh, because he's black? God, why did you? I was assuming you were talking about me.
No, he was talking about David Lucas.
Awkward. Awkward. That was really racist, Kurt. I couldn't believe. I assumed that was totally directed towards me. That was directed towards David? Oh my god. Somebody get this fucking dude out of here.
William, you cannot kick the guest off of the show. I warned you about this before. You've been misbehaving lately. Let's talk more about Cyber Monday. Let's keep talking about the things that you'd like to talk about. You got these pants on Cyber Monday, which somehow were also delivered today, which is super weird. Nobody's talking about that. You ordered them on Cyber Monday. How did you get same-day delivery? How's this? How is
FedEx, Federal Express.
You bought it from Federal Express directly. You go.
Yeah, they
you,
have a
you
new
cut out.
website.
You cut out the distributor and go straight to the fucking delivery center.
Yeah, that's actually really smart.
That's actually really smart.
What are you talking God, you sounded like an idiot all night, dude.
William, stop. Why do you always attack everybody?
So angry. It's because of these fucking pants. I swear to God, I paid $900 for these fucking things. I'm kidding.
I never really noticed how tiny your ankles are until right now. You have these little, like, very, like, constitution, like you were there to sign the Declaration or something. It's very tiny.
ankles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have little ankles. So
Why do you think you have such little ankles, William?
Drinking too much Capri Sun.
Okay.
Huh?
Red man. I don't know why you do this to yourself.
Yeah, I'm not even going to respond to that.
No,
dumb
stick with me over here. Why do you think, William, over here, why do you think you have tiny ankles?
I don't know. I think it's a genetic thing.
Oh,
my
man,
grandmothers,
shit.
my grandmothers had small ankles. I swear to God, it's a genetic thing. I used to break my ankles all the time. I used to play soccer. That's why I had that soccer joke tonight. I'm a giant soccer fan. I used to play all the time. I used to break my ankles like at least once a year. I was breaking at least one of my ankles. It was. Yeah, it's genetic though.
Okay. Okay, what else have you been doing? Tell us a little bit about your Thanksgiving. What did you do for Thanksgiving?
Oh my gosh, went to Philip and Margarita's house. It was so nice.
Very good friends, Michelin star award-winning chefs.
Yeah, it was a very delightful lunch. I thought it was very sweet. Red Man read a prayer at the dinner.
Yeah, he did, which was very, very interesting. Red Band.
It was so weird.
Can you recite the poem that he
so
shit.
much that sweet Janice is finally with me again today. Lord, you know we've been fighting a
gotta
lot
take a
recently.
dump.
Sweet Lord, thank you so much. Sweet Janice is sitting beside me right now. Sweet Lord, it is Thanksgiving. Thank you so much. We are all here. Thank you so much. Janice is talking to me again. Sweet.
Wow.
It was so awkward. Yeah, Janice was right there. I didn't know y'all had been fighting.
Brian, that's beautiful.
Yeah. I figured I figured it would have been different than that. I didn't even notice I was sitting at the same table as all of you. I didn't notice them say grace at all.
Well, I just got a volcano vaporizer, and I've been high as shit.
Oh,
The
shit.
past couple fucking days, I found this wonderful game on PlayStation 2. It's called Hot Shots. I'm pretty much a professional tennis player right now.
Whoa. You're playing tennis and you're
Hot
high.
Shots.
On a PlayStation 2.
Yeah. That's incredible, and that's good. I thought maybe it was Nintendo Wii. I was worried you might break an ankle out there.
No.
And
Not on Cyber Monday, Tony. I'm not breaking any ankles tonight. I swear to God, and I'm going to be running outside after this. I still haven't gotten anybody with my
take a
belt.
shit.
I have. I've been hitting people. I did in a couple states over. But I haven't in Texas yet, so I'm going to be doing that tonight. And I have my ankle stuff ready in the car. So if anybody wants to meet me after, I'll be right out front. Gonna get some momos, people, tonight. One last time.
so you're thinking about ending your Cyber Monday by committing
I'm never ending Cyber Monday! Yeah, but it's my favorite holiday of the year. I love.
Don't you think it's sort of crazy that when you do that Cyber Monday thing, the whole band responds immediately like that? How do you do that? Can you explain that? Because I always do stuff on the show, but they don't always like do that for me.
It's a contract. I didn't want to tell you all this, but Pluckers. I mentioned Pluckers the other day. I'm mentioning Pluckers again now. Y'all send me another $100 gift card, please. I mentioned Pluckers one fucking time, but don't eat their chicken wings. I got sick as shit when I ate
William, I don't think that's how it works.
I'm kidding. I love their chicken wings.
I don't think that's how it works. So they sent you $100 gift card. You ate some of their chicken wings and you got sick.
Sick as shit.
Oh my God!
On Cyber Monday.
Can you describe? Wait, that
was earlier tonight.
Oh
I got
my
sick as shit on Cyber Monday.
Wow. So I'm guessing the underwear matches the shirt on this one, huh?
It does. Filled with shit. There is shit.
It's been a very busy Cyber Monday for you. Did you do anything else? What do you do?
I discovered in my shower earlier, I was putting my hands in my butthole. I haven't wiped. It's been like 3 or 4 years. I discovered if you just got in the shower, it's way faster. I felt some hemorrhoids up in there. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I've been eating. I've been eating a bunch of chicken noodle soup. Maybe it's that. But yeah, I have hemorrhoids now, Tony, so I don't know.
Are you drinking enough water?
Huh?
Are you drinking enough water?
Can you say that a little slower? I swear to God, I couldn't understand you.
William, you gotta stop fucking with the guests. And this has been every week.
Pounding his white
It's
Was he
been
fucking
every
with
week.
me? I thought you just wanted some advice about being hydrated.
He used to be so nice to everybody. Now he's always mad at Red Band. He's mad at the guests always. He never, ever, ever takes a shot at me.
Yeah, what would you say to Tony? Like, what?
Listen.
What did you, Red Band? I couldn't even fucking hear what you just said. I heard some little voice.
Okay, Red Band. Very good.
Listen, if there's blood in your stool, it makes you cranky. I don't think you know your territory.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a couple hours left of Cyber Monday. How do you plan on closing it out?
I am going to hit that volcano immediately. I'm going to put on Hot Shots too. I'm going to.
That thing that you do, that type of screaming thing that makes the band go pop afterwards. Do you ever do that at home, like when it's just you?
Bitch, you better get my water! It's a lot of.
What else?
Bitch, you better make that bed up quick! It's a lot of that. It's a lot of get the fucking
The band
bed
adds a
up.
lot to it.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
We love them. Is the band there? Do you have the band at your place sometimes?
Yeah, they come over all the time. They're actually actually coming over tonight for Cyber Monday. We're having a little party.
Oh, shit.
Having a little party after the show tonight for Cyber Monday.
That's it. That makes it official. We gotta end the show so that the band and William can have their Cyber Monday super party. How about one more time for the great William Montgomery, everybody? Check him out on Cameo. He's on tour with me, with himself. Make some noise for the great Kurt Metzger, everybody. Kyle Dunnigan Show, The Jimmy Dore Show. Check out his amazing work. Truly one of the great writers of comedy out there. Anything else you want to plug or anything like that?
No, nothing can compare to that. My sheets are Monticello.
Yeah, no,
That changed my life, man.
I agree. Thank you so much. I actually felt that too. Kurt, you've been in many great writing rooms and written many great things, so I respect your opinion a lot. I'm so grateful that you came by. There's the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt. He draws every single episode. You holding a kite with me on it or something like that. It's amazing. RyanJEbelt.com for all those prints. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? That's the Kill Tony Band. Brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. I'll tell you, I had some of that fucking peanut butter whiskey with an espresso martini.
Oh,
It was like
great.
a peanut butter fucking, I'm telling you. It's the shit. We've been having fun every single Monday. One more time for Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Sean D's on the keys. The great Paul Deemer on the horns. That's Daniel Howard joining us on the band tonight. And how about one more time for the great D Madness, everybody. This has been Kill Tony live again in Austin, Texas. A lot of fun announcements and fun things around the corner. I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming out. We'll see you around. Love you. Good night, everyone.
Hey, this is Reggae coming live from Vulcan Gas Company here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, get off all Tony.
Who's ready to fuck some shit up tonight, huh? Yippee! Red Band's here, everybody.
Hey, everybody, what's up?
God damn it, this is Kill Tony, brought to you by the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose, the best strip clubs on planet Earth, Deep Eddy Vodka, the best vodka in the world, and also Austin local company Gel Blaster, where you can shoot gel blasts. You can blast your friends with pieces of gel. How fucking cool is that? That's also an Austin company. Check this out. You can get the full-size shotgun for Christmas. They're available everywhere. They're available in stores literally everywhere. Gel Blaster, Austin, Texas company. Deep Eddy Vodka, Yellow Rose, and the Red Rose. And how about a hand for the goddamn band? Am I right, people? That is the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony Band, brought to you by delicious Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. That's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Sean D's on the keyboard right here. Paul Deemer on the horns all the way to the right. Matt Mueling next to him on the electric guitar. base right down the middle. That's the one and only D Madness, everybody. Oh, shit. This is a hot crowd. We have a lot of fun ahead of us, but before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you, here, right now. Hey y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian, and I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. And February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now, get tickets while you still can. Hey y'all, awesome is the feeling that's sparked from the unexpected, and that's exactly what the curators from Bespoke Post have delivered in their new winter lineup of must-have box of awesome collections. Bespoke Post partners with small businesses and emerging brands to bring you the most unique goods every single month. I have some of my favorite box of awesome gifts that I've been given. The Frontier box, which is the pocket knife that was developed in 1980 and has become synonymous with French design and utility. Pablo Picasso used the number 8 to carve his sculpture. Arctic explorer Jean-Louis Etienne and record-setting sailor Alain Colas all swore by their pocket knives. I have one. I got it from Bespoke Post, the box of awesome. Red Band, you got some good stuff too, right?
Yeah, man, I got all these awesome hot sauces. It's called Scorch, and they're hot sauces, and they're all small brands from all over the country, with some from Texas, Nevada, California, and more. And no matter what you have going on this winter, Box of Awesome has you covered. From cozy essentials to travel, must-haves, and cocktail kits, Box of Awesome has everything you need for winter. To get started, take the quiz at boxofawesome.com. Your answers will help them pick the right Box of Awesome for you. They release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. Each box is valued at around $70, but you only pay a fraction of that price. Plus, with each Box of Awesome, you're supporting small businesses. 90% of each and everything that comes in your Box of Awesome is from a small up-and-coming brand.
It's free to sign up, and you can skip a month or cancel anytime, so it's a no-brainer. Get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code KILLTONY at checkout. That's boxofawesome.com, code KILLTONY for 20% off your first box. Boxofawesome.com, code, all one word, KILLTONY. Hey y'all, I hear them ring-ding-ding-a-ling-ding-ding-ding-a-ling-boo. The holidays are right around the corner. Looking for a good gift idea that your parents or in-laws will genuinely love? Well, we've got the one for you. You want to give them something meaningful? Maybe you don't want to go visit them as often as you'd like? Skylight frame is the perfect gift. For the really, really special people in your life, you've got to check out the Skylight frame. It's a photo frame in which you can update instantly by email from anywhere. It's a great way to feel close to those you love when you're separated. I gave one of these to my 75-year-old mother. I swear to God, she's so confused. She thinks I'm in the room with her. I just update with another picture. She's like, "Oh, Tony, you came to visit me. I love you so much. I'm so confused." It sets up effortlessly in just under 60 seconds. Just plug it in, use the touch screen to connect to your wireless network, and enjoy. Skylight is amazing. Help them help you with those in-laws and relatives that you want to share stuff with. Red Band, you know about this amazing technology.
Oh yeah, I gave one to my mom. It's so great because it looks just like a regular picture frame. It's a black frame with a white mat, so it looks exactly like you can just put it on your counter and everyone will think, hey, look at that. That's a nice picture. It's timeless black frame with white mat adds a beautiful touch to your home. And sending photos is so effortless, multiple people can send photos to the frame. So you could have a whole family group sending pictures to your mom or loved one. It's a great way to keep large networks of friends and families in touch. Skylight's frame's vibrant touchscreen display lets you swipe through the photos, and if you like one of the photos, you even tap a heart to let them know the person that sent it that you loved it. And there's a brand new size. There's two size options. There's the original 10-inch, and there's the new 15-inch frame.
Ooh, 100% satisfaction guaranteed. If you don't love your Skylight, they'll offer you a full refund. Now, as a special offer, you can get $15 off your purchase of a Skylight frame when you go to skylightframe.com and enter the code TONY. That's right. To get 15% off your purchase of a Skylight frame, just go to skylightframe.com and enter the code TONY. That's SKYLIGHTFRAME.com. Promo ready to start Kill Tony or what? Guys, you gotta do better than that. Are you guys ready to start this fucking show? There you go. Tonight's guest is truly one of the great comedians of Austin, Texas. This is a guy that is a paid regular at the Comedy Store, moved here, has one of the newest specials on Netflix, and is truly the future of comedy. Multiple-time guest. We love him. Austin's own Brian Simpson, everybody. This is where the magic happens, right here. Brian motherfucking Simpson. Welcome, my friend. The man, the myth, the legend. I just did the London O2 Arena with this guy. We've been flying around, doing arenas, having fun, kicking butt. Your podcast is killing it. How are you?
I'm outstanding, man. How about yourself?
Goddamn good, isn't it? All right, we're going to have fun. You've been on the show many times before. You guys know how it works. A ton of people signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds on this stage. If I pull one of those pieces of paper out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. It means they have to wrap it up then, or else a few seconds later comes out the Angry Birds Hollywood Bear. It's just a loud noise that cuts them off from talking. We also have a few regulars on the show that write and perform a brand new minute every single week. It's very, very hard to do. Most of the people that you're seeing are trying their absolute best minute that they've ever done before, whereas the regulars have to do a new minute every single week. You guys get it? You ready to start tonight's show, or what? Huh? Let's do something a little bit fun, huh? We always kick it off with Hans Kim in the first spot, but I want to do something special because we have a guy that's just here for one more week before he has to go back to the goddamn oil fields of Texas. He's been, you guys know some of you might know where we're going with this. He's recently found a huge burst of recent fame on this show. We love him. He's a fucking wild man, and I swear to God, he's the origin story for everything we've ever seen like him. The man is a monster. Vulcan Gas Company, Austin, Texas. I am proud to present a brand new minute from the one and only Uncle Laser.
There we go.
Here he is.
Two things I hate in life. When a buddy gets a girlfriend and you don't see him anymore. Kyle, come back. Listen, you're supposed to meet that girl. You're supposed to take her on one fucking night. She got a pussy like a snapping turtle. I ain't seen you in 10 months. Where you been? And the second thing I fucking hate is now they have a joint Facebook account. What a fucking cuck. There ain't a fucking piece of pussy on earth that's gonna make me join my Facebook together with her. You know what I'm saying? But me, being the fucking menace to society that I am, I'm gonna go ahead and send a dick pic to that joint account. Okay? I like to stir the pot. I literally sent a picture of my veiny cock in this fucking soup bowl, stirring the pot. But lo and behold, Claire got a hold of it. So now I'm the fucking asshole. Okay? But this is where it gets interesting. M. Night Shyamalan twist. Okay? If someone has a joint Facebook account, that means someone cheated. My money would be on my buddy. But 3 hours after I sent that dick pic, I got a butthole pic from her. I guess we know who cheated.
I fucking love you.
Yo, on some real shit though, her butthole was super hairy. So it looked like a little pig's tail, little curly piggly wheelies in the back end. Listen, dude, her butthole sucks and she's a whore. Get away from her.
Hell yeah. Uncle Laser. When you hear that laser, you know Uncle Laser's in the fucking house. Maybe she wants you to laser her butthole for her. Have you thought about that?
It's gonna cost you extra.
I bet. Oh my goodness. Have you ever had to remove hair from a female's body before?
Not per se, not in like the technical sense, no, but just friction. But when I was 17, I dated a girl who was an esthetician at the AWW Institute. I don't know that word. And she had to practice like waxing buttholes. And lo and behold, who's the one there for her, dude? I love you, baby girl. Get that A on that test.
Uncle Laser. Rocky but self.
Yo, I wanted to say, dude, I love you on Reading Rainbow. Take a look, get in a book, reading fucking Rainbow, dude.
I wouldn't have taken you as the reading type, Uncle Laser.
Relax, Tony. I'm a shapes and colors guy, to be honest. I'm a shapes and colors guy.
It's like an Alex Jones prequel.
That's tight.
Holy shit.
Yo, I got a gift for you.
You do?
Yeah, I do have a gift for you. See, I see you wearing this fucking goofy ass Dollar Tree belt buckle and that beautiful Western
You
belt.
son of a bitch. How dare you? That
If
is...
you gonna move down to Texas and dress the part, at least have a real fucking belt buckle. So I went down to Brownsville a couple days ago.
Oh shit. Alright.
I had to go see a man about a horse. Okay? And I found me a nice little old Mexican man. He was smithing some stuff up. I found this belt buckle here, and I traded my best mule for this belt buckle.
Oh.
This right
What's
here.
her name?
This right here, 24 karat gold plated, pearl inlaid scorpion that you gotta feed twice a week.
Wait, that's still alive in there?
Still alive. You tap it, yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, don't get sting. You can get that pecker stung at television show and then leave them from straight there.
Ooh, for that television show.
We're gonna hunt hogs at nighttime with AK-47s.
Oh shit.
And we're taking a bunch of fucking people out there that don't know how to shoot guns, and we're gonna get them drunk. We're taking a bunch of fucking people out there that don't know how to shoot guns, and we're gonna get them drunk. And we're gonna put them in the dark, and we're gonna make them.
Give them some advice on how to kill in the dark. You know what I'm saying? I beat you to it. Uncle Laser, so what are those oil fields like out there? Explain to us the type of work that you're doing. What's it like?
Well, it's not like the Clampets where you like shoot the ground and oil comes out. Yeah,
In 2022.
I took out a credit card in my mama's name.
And
She called the cops on me. What a bitch.
damn.
Yeah, I know. I thought we were family, but I took in water bullshit. She sold me out. I know. I thought we were family, but I took in water bullshit. She sold me out for a fucking $1,500 bounty. I hate your mom.
So what's it like when a bounty hunter that looks like you comes face to face with you?
It's like you ever get chased around by your dad at the playground? It's kind of like that.
If I were you, I would just throw him off because you look so much like a bounty hunter. If I were you, I'd be like,
Who are we looking for?
yeah, exactly.
I'm here for the same guy.
I've been looking for him for weeks. You could do that, dude. You could fucking. You're a natural bounty hunter to turn.
I trade, yeah. I trade, yeah.
Right.
Sometimes I tuck my wiener between my legs and look for that, man.
Hey, you give yourself a little money if you find it.
Every now and again, like the tooth fairy.
Uncle Laser, we fucking love you. I'm glad I was able to shoehorn you up here before.
I'd love to have you on the secret show Thursday.
Uncle Brian, you know I'll fucking be there, baby boy.
I love it. He leaves on Saturday, so he's in on Thursday. Uncle Laser, we love you.
Love you guys. You'll take care.
Let us know when you're back from the oil field. Laser again. You guys ready to go to this fucking bucket, huh? This is where shit gets a little bit wild. This is where it could be you. Perhaps you signed up. Perhaps your buddy signed up. Perhaps you're a new comedian. Perhaps it's a local legend who's been waiting for years for this opportunity. Your first name out of the bucket goes by the name of Danny Tierney, everybody. Danny Tierney, everybody. Danny Tierney. Danny Tierney.
That's reading Rainbow back here.
Oh, that is. Here he is, everybody.
You know what? You better get off. You better get off me. And I have some cousins that are narcos, and they're gonna cut your dick off and shove it in your ass. And they're gonna cut your dick off and shove it in your ass. Of course, I'm getting really, really hard. And then she says, "You know what? I forgot the safety word. That made me more hard." And after we were over, she really did forget the safety word, and I kind of felt bad. And then she said she was leaving me, so I said, "You know, I'm gonna shave my hair so I can look like my favorite podcaster." When I got out of the bathroom, I said, "Hey, honey, what do you think?" You sure as fuck don't look like the rock player. I said, well, who then? She said, American history X.
Danny. Hello, Danny. Welcome to the show. Went a little long there. I love it. Danny Tierney. I don't even know where to begin with you. Brian Simpson, know where the fucking, you look like a gun instructor. You look like your own daughter's high school basketball coach. I'm getting weird vibes from you. What do you do for work, Danny?
I am a contractor.
For what?
For homes. I build homes.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant for like people's lives and
remodel.
stuff or something. You have a look which could be
like a little bit crazy. I shaved my head recently, and
how do you feel about it?
I'm gonna grow it back out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
What made you do it? You just wanted to surprise.
It was a long hot summer, and I just wanted to change. I wanted to see how I looked, and
it looks like you did it very recently.
I did it.
It's been a little bit chilly for the last few weeks.
I kept it going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you were just so hot one day, you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna fucking look like an alien forever.
That's right.
Okay. So you're a contractor. How long you been with your wife?
10 years.
What does she do?
She is an esthetician.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she does facials.
I do believe Uncle Lasers fucked around with her before.
Yeah, it probably does.
So, Danny, how long have you been attempting the art form of stand-up comedy?
This is my 6th time.
Your 6th time ever?
Yeah.
Okay, when were
my last time?
Uh-huh.
Was here.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
About 2 months ago, maybe 2.
Did you have hair then?
I had hair, yeah.
Oh, okay. So then you really did cut it once the summer
I had
ended.
to cut it.
You just got, you just...
Did you shave your eyebrows also? Oh, you have eyebrows.
Yeah, I have eyebrows.
I can't see them.
Yeah.
You look like RoboCop has AIDS.
No.
RoboCop has AIDS.
You look like Darth Vader when they took the mask off.
Oh, wow, there you go.
Wow.
Taking a shot at the throne here.
You look like Darth Vader after he died.
What's the most interesting thing about you that we could find out during the interview of the podcast? Okay,
Doctor from The Simpsons.
Okay, Danny, stop trying to make fun of people. You're really not good at it. Okay, thank you.
Every 2 months he's still working on there. You'll be alright.
Danny, what's going on? What's going on in your real life? Are you happy?
I'm a little bit happy. I'm kind of missing LA.
How long did you live in LA?
For 10 years.
And how long have you been here?
Since March.
Since March. What are you possibly missing? God, you are the tallest pussy I've ever seen in my entire life.
I think he's also
The one thing I like about it is I like the people, though. That's the one thing.
You like the people here in Texas. Well, we don't like you, Danny. No.
I don't like the people from LA, just the people that are from here, though. So.
All right, Danny.
Okay.
All right. How old are you?
I'm 47.
Wait, why did you think about it like that?
Well, I'm thinking about it. I don't think about my age that much.
All right. Okay, Danny. Well, I don't know if you're exactly built for show business. I don't know. Do you have any special skills or talents or anything like that? Is there something that we're missing here?
I can rap.
You can rap? No way. You cannot rap. There's no way. There's no fucking way on earth that you can rap. This is incredible. What are you gonna do? A little Kanye but white skinhead?
Yeah.
What type of rap can you do? Are you talking about gift rap, perhaps, or? It is the holiday season. I do believe that you're the type of guy.
Anything off the top.
Anything off the top.
Not anything off
Well,
the
what
top.
can you rap?
Just rap, yeah, I can rap.
You can rap.
Yeah, why not?
So if these guys gave you a beat, you're gonna rap. Okay. Not too loud either, guys, because I want to be able to hear this shit. Oh shit.
Yeah. 3. This is the bank robbery. Now you're probably not gonna wanna do or say anything to stop me. Just shut your mouth and open up your pockets. That's your personal property. Cause look at the dude outside says he wants to sign a peace treaty. Phones are dashed. These cops wanna smash. Those stuck in the vault with the guns and cash. One of them did drop in, had to pop in, took a hostage. Not 1, not 2, but 3. The banker, the teller, and one of them is my homie. But they don't know that he know me. And they don't know about the underground abandoned subway system that's below me.
just tell.
You want to feel my face?
D-Madness can hear the acoustics of the sound bouncing off of Danny's bald head. All right, Danny. Fun stuff. You prove that the fucking is real. You are proof that no part of this show is produced at all. Danny Tierney. There he goes. There he goes. Danny Tierney giving away the joke book to some happy people from Brownsville. Look at that. I just assume they're from Brownsville too, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, good. Heck yeah. I'm guessing you all took one small car to be here today. All right, your next comedian goes by the name of Rebecca Annie Grassley, everyone. Oh, shit, right from the front row. The look of shock that just went over her face. Very exciting. Rebecca Annie Grassley has arrived to kill Tony.
My white boyfriend loves dating an Oriental, but there are some things about me that confuse him. For example, I usually wear really slimming outfits, but I still insist on wearing my pussy's horizontal. I'm actually half Korean, half white, a bit of a rice cracker. I can't drive for shit. I asked for the manager, but I 100% web fuck a lot of guys. My boyfriend and I have a good sex life, but he always makes that joke about being hungry again like an hour later. And he says like weird shit in bed, like Ching Chong eat this ding dong, like more coffee or guac. But I don't think he's racist. I think he's just likes rhymes and he's maybe like half a retard. We're polyamorous because honestly times are tough and like I needed more logins. So I have a guy for Netflix, a guy for Hulu, and he's got some hood rat bitch from Paramount Plus. That's all I have.
Wow, exactly a minute. You got good hearty laughs there, Rebecca Annie Grassley. Welcome to the show.
Hi.
How's it going?
Really good.
Is that your first time doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Wow, how about a hand for her? Incredible. Incredible. From right here, you got called out right from the front row. My favorite part of your set was when you said that you love fucking black guys. I got to look right at your white boyfriend's face and fucking just disappointment. Did you share these jokes with him before you came up here?
Yeah.
Wow, even though you knew that was coming, you still like were just...
He's really supportive, honestly.
I love it. Most cucks are. I like that. I love that. He holds your hips while you're riding a giant black cock. I love it. My goodness. I love your jokes, rice cracker, all that stuff. Very, very edgy stuff. What do you do for work?
I'm a grants administrator in a nonprofit work, so.
Okay. All right, good. Well, no matter what job you had, it was going to be nonprofit after that set anyway. Hopefully they never find that. I love it.
Yeah.
How long you been with this white guy?
8 months.
8 months. And you guys are really polyamorous? You guys really, like, get around and do stuff?
We're the Saints, yeah.
Wow, that's wild. And did you guys decide that, like, early on in the relationship? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, I was already polyamorous before I kind of reeled him in.
Right, exactly. This pussy didn't know what was going on. I love it. That is amazing. So, wow. So, like, what's the deal? Do you guys have, like, a set-up, like, deal? What are the rules of a polyamorous relationship between
I mean, it's whatever you want it to be, honestly. It's whatever rules you create for it. But, yeah, like, it works like an open relationship, but better, I guess.
Do you guys, like, tell each other if you do something?
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, if he's like, he just comes home and is like, why does it smell like cocoa butter in here? Hawaiian Tropics? Say, where'd all my barbecue sauce go out in the fridge? All that's left in there is sugar-free barbecue sauce made for boyfriends. So do you guys, like, tell each other? Hold on, we gotta make sure this wizard gets back to his seat properly. Jesus, sir, what the fuck? Don't you have a magic spell for that or something? Okay.
sure. High level communication, yeah.
Right. Right. Okay.
Get it all. It's dope.
Okay. The look on his face doesn't say that it's that dope. I don't know. Do you think he can tell after you hook up with the black guy? Does it take him a little bit longer to come or anything like that? Is it like throwing a pencil down the hallway or something like that after? All right. Do you think it's with any thoughts on anything that I'm saying?
Honestly, I'm just so nervous right now.
No, I bet. I can't even imagine what that's like because I've always been over here. I can't imagine what it's like on the other side.
So you guys looking for a third?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Hell yeah!
Oh, don't hit me, bro. Are you down?
I bet you. Oh shit! This just happened. Oh my god! This guy's in. Look at that. I love it. I can't wait to watch him put the sleep apnea mask on Brian's face.
Now, is your husband going to hide behind the curtain when Brian fucks you? Like, do you have like one of those?
Active participant.
I think you guys could do some really interesting role play. I see this guy's got a little Derek Chauvin vibe to him right here. He could put a fucking. Oh shit! He just rubbed his knee, Brian. He's really getting into those.
Did your husband have, or your boyfriend help you write your jokes?
Yeah.
Did you write the one that called yourself Oriental?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Wow.
That doesn't bother me at all.
Right. No, of course. It doesn't bother anybody unless they want to make a big deal about it.
Yeah, that's just weird though.
Where do you guys live? Here in Austin?
Jacksonville, actually.
Okay.
Florida. Yeah.
What brought you to Austin, Texas?
Actually, Kill Tony. We started watching it early on, and every episode since.
I love it. That's amazing.
Yeah.
See, when did you get in?
Sorry.
When did you get into town?
Monday. Yeah.
Today?
Or sorry, yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sunday. And
Yeah.
how long are you in town for?
Till Friday.
Awesome.
Uh-huh.
Very, very cool.
Yeah.
And did you guys both write sets, or you just?
Yeah, he's got a.
He did too. Really? What's his name?
Phil.
You guys think we should see Phil's minute? God damn it! The one and the only. Phil has arrived. Phil. Here he is, everybody. Phil from Jacksonville, Florida.
It's my first time also. Bear with me. So we're from Florida. Not like cool Florida. Not like DJs, Puerto Rican DJs shouting into microphones kind of Florida, but like the boring kind, the middle kind, you know. Like old people, NASCAR, that kind of stuff. A surprising number of local drag shows, though. Here's the thing. Why are all drag queens bigger than me? Like, makeup's good, hair's good, but it looks like, Bernie's with the fucking golf cart over her head. Every Daytona drag queen looks like a Dallas Cowboy in witness protection, pretty much. Some are fat, too. Some are just fat as hell, which is fine, which is cool. I mean, I got a question, though. Heels, still? The heels. I mean, yeah. I mean, what's that, 300 pounds still in heels? I mean, eight looking like grapefruits on a golf swing, still? I mean, it's wild.
Okay, Phil, there we go. I'd imagine this is what a threesome with you two is like. We all got to watch Rebecca have a lot more fun up here. Phil, amazing. And it's interesting that your name is Phil, since that's what you let other guys do to your girlfriend. Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. You got to go second tonight, which is exactly how I think it's going to go when Brian joins the fray. Oh, my goodness. Phil, how do you feel? Your first time doing stand-up comedy? Let's get that out of the way. A hand for Phil. It takes a lot of courage to do that, but then again, we happen to know you have a lot of courage in the first place. My goodness. Tough following Rebecca. What's harder? Following following Rebecca doing her minute or fucking her after a black guy?
Well, I ran out of time this time around. I finished a little fast, I'll let you know.
I'd imagine that happens quite a bit too, actually. I love it. Phil, what do you do for work?
I'm a nurse.
Oh, hell yeah. We see who wears the fucking pants in this relationship. What type of nurse are you?
Like oncology, surgical.
Okay, wow. So you're like a legit nurse.
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck yeah.
Years worth, yeah.
Okay. So there's definitely, I bet you guys role play that every once in a while, right?
I can put the sleep apnea machine on.
Oh, hell yeah. Brian, this shit is on, dude. This shit is on.
It's a watertight. Oh, yeah. Sterile water. Up to the fill line, I got you.
There you go.
I got it.
That is correct. Very
You
good.
get a discount on Narcan?
No, we don't.
Yeah, Red Band looking for his next fix of Narcan, everyone. I love it. Okay, so let's talk about it. Do you have any special skills or talents, Phil?
Not particular, no.
Man, I figured if the last guy could rap, you could at least do something.
No.
But no, huh? What do you like to do for fun?
He likes to watch.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
Oh, get a little yoni, get a little.
He does like to watch.
Yeah.
Is that a Rolex on your wrist?
No, it's an Orient actually.
Oh, wow. You got one on your wrist and one on your lap. Look at that. That's incredible. Absolutely amazing. And where did you two meet at?
Hinge.
Oh, wow. Hold on. Give the microphone back to Rebecca over there. I want to talk to the funny one out of this bundle. So where'd you guys go on your first date?
We went out to a brewery, and then I invited him back over.
Oh, hell yeah.
And,
Rebecca's all gas, no brakes. I love it. And you get him back to your place, all right? And then what happens?
and he puts on Kill Tony.
Are you serious?
Fucking serious.
Your first date? Wow. This is what we do here. A lot of people call us the new first dates. If you put on Kill Tony, you're probably about to fill Tony. You know what I'm saying? All right. So you made it to Kill Tony. I want to know, what part did he make a move? Was it Hans, Kim, David Lucas, or William Montgomery? How far in did you guys make it?
I think he was about like mid-range, and of course I was the one that made number 6.
Of course.
Tata,
Yeah, I'm guessing
this
5
isn't
minutes
good
after
for my
David
anxiety.
Lucas went on.
Shut the fuck up,
Hell yeah. I love it, Rebecca Annie. Do you have any
you
special
dumb
skills or
cunt.
talents other than being one of the top new stand-up comedians in the world?
Stuffies
I
enthusiast?
just signed up for a
Get a
kickball league.
fucking
Oh,
life,
really?
bitch.
Kickball? Oh my goodness, as the ball? Okie dokie. I'm sorry. I forgot we all love Rebecca. I'm sorry. You can't. The unroastable Rebecca, everyone. I love it. I love it. Kickball.
Yeah.
Wow. Jeez. So you're just planning on bringing a bunch of plain white guys back to your place again, huh? I love it. I've been wondering why the Kill Tony numbers have been skyrocketing in Jacksonville lately. I love it. Anything else crazy we should know about you two before we let you go and enjoy the rest of your week here in Austin, Texas?
Yeah.
All right. You guys are absolutely adorable. Thank you so much. That was great. Some noise for Phil and Rebecca Annie Grassley. Here you guys go. Take a couple of those home with you. Those are giant books by the great Bonsai. All right. We're having fun here. Let's get another one of our regulars up here. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy went from broke to arenas. Now he's got a little bit of a fucking attitude on him, if you ask me. Ladies and gentlemen, sing it if you know the words. The words are, "This is Hans Kim." This is Hans Kim.
Hey, what's up, guys? Do you think there's anyone at the protest in China right now who's like, what do you think we are, communist China? Oh, yeah, we are. Sorry, I'll go home. I would hate be in a crowd crush like what happened in Seoul or Travis Scott concert. That's one of my worst fears. But if I was ever in a crowd crush, I would try to use that opportunity to get laid. Like, sorry, my cock's in the way. If only there was a vagina I could put it in. Save some space. Some gay guys like, you can use my asshole. Excuse me, sir, I'm a feminist. Please don't take jobs away from women. Alright, thank you.
Wow, Hans Kim, look at you, back in business. Hell yeah. I love everything about it, Hans. How do you feel?
I feel amazing.
Hell yeah. You look like an Asian Woody doll right now. I love this look that you have. It's adorable. It's a very likable look.
Thank you. There's a pangolin in my boot.
Oh my goodness, wow. An Asian Woody doll. That is incredible. Oh my goodness. How do you feel, Hans?
I feel great. I was a little worried about my career last week.
Why? Why would you be... Wait.
I just thought I could have had a better set, and I spent a lot of time worrying. And now look at the product. I had a great set. And
Yeah.
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. These people didn't even know you had a rough set last week. Here you are.
Thank you.
Giving them information they didn't need to know. Now guys wearing bucket hats are judging you extra hard right now. Congratulations. I love it. Hans, what you been up to this week? Tell us more.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
The music got him excited. The music got him excited, folks. He's easily excitable. He almost went full 8 Mile here right now.
What's up?
Wait, what? Are you still doing it? Hold on, do it again. What's happening?
Yo.
Bob's Lomain.
Yo. I'm rapping on Kill Tony. I feel great, not bony. You think I'm made out of money, but
Stop it. I'm gonna stop you right there. Anytime someone says bony twice right after Tony, I have to stop it. Like a referee has to stop a UFC fight sometimes. I just have to wave it off. But that was something. We want you to lie to us. Here's a lie from the great Hans Kim.
hey, what's up, guys?
Really buttering us up for this one.
Not everything they say about me is true. I love being gay.
Yeah, that's another episode of Hans Live. Incredible. I love that. You're very good at that.
Thank you, Tony.
Wait, what's that on your pocket there? Is there something on there, or is there a hole? Over there. Right there.
It's just a hole.
How do you have a hole in your shirt? That's a brand new shirt.
It's a Goodwill purchase.
Oh, you going cheap again, huh?
I actually bought this shirt 6 months ago, but you made fun of this hole on my shirt, and I haven't worn it since.
Wait a second. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I don't ever talk about it. A lot of comedians like to smoke pot in front of everybody and everything to fucking look cool. I just smoked a ton right before the show started. And normally you go up first, so I don't ever remember anything that we ever talked about. You could have lied every episode, and I wouldn't even remember.
I love being honest.
You are such a sweet boy. Hans, what else were you up to this week? What did you do for fun?
I got high on mushrooms here last Kill Tony.
Wait, a week ago?
Yeah.
After
the show.
or during?
After. I was having a great after Kill Tony.
You were?
Yeah.
Even though you didn't like your set last week?
No, the afterwards part was way more fun.
Yeah.
And we were signing a book for our good friend, and we all signed it, and for some reason someone thought it was Joe White's birthday, so they wrote happy birthday in the book.
Alright, that's a whole different thing. Alright, forget it. Tony, do you remember a couple weeks ago,
No, if you Google Map South Central, it's actually quite close to Koreatown.
It's definitely not. I mean, it's just not.
I don't know LA that well. It was honestly, I don't. Yeah, I mean, it was an honest mistake. I really don't know where anything is.
All right. John Dees is saying that he can't stop lying right now. Are you lying to us, hon?
No, I'm being very honest. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here.
Is it really an honor for you to be here? All right, we're gonna get him out of here. There he goes, the great, the powerful Hot Skip, selling out shows, almost selling out some other shows. Get tickets. That's the move. Seeing a real comedian like that who's just starting to headline out on Clutch and David Williams. All right, your next comedian out of the bucket. It's our first time, I do believe, meeting George Red Speaks, everyone. Here we go. You guys having fun out there, huh? Brownsville? That was Wisconsin. That was Wisconsin. That was Wisconsin. Here he is, George Red Speaks, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up? What's up? How y'all doing? Y'all feeling good? Shit, I feel better than you. I'm just out of prison. That's love, right? I have not robbed none of you yet. Yeah, man. The first thing I could not do was see my son. It's sad. Yeah, it was during the pandemic. And then Abbott came up and he said we 35%. So then I opened it up, did a barbecue. Cop showed up and said, what are you doing? Oh shit, I fucked up. He's like, what are you doing? You can't open up this barbecue. This is a mock death. And I said, oh my god, this is what I'm doing. And then he said, I fucked up. Here we go.
Go ahead. I want to hear what you were trying to do. Fix it. You can do it, kid. I'm with you. I like your style. Let's fucking get it right.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah.
Look, I got out of prison. I couldn't wait to see my son. It was his 50th birthday. Give it up for my son. Hell yeah. It was badass, man. I was so proud. I was just like, 3 more years. 3 more years. And his mom says, 3 more years for what? I said, until I don't have to pay your bitch ass child support no more. Yeah. But then she educated me. She said, you know what? You have to pay child support till he graduates college. That's a new law. Did y'all know that? Yeah, it's fucked up.
No. I want to hear more. Was that it?
So I want to edit.
I like it. I'm going to let him run a fucking hour special. I want to hear what's going on.
I'm sorry, Tony. I'm
You're
sorry.
doing it. You're in it.
So I wanted to educate my son. I wanted to inspire.
Every time I restart him, he comes back with more confidence and swagger, too. You just keep doing this until you're fucking...
I'm sorry. I want to educate. I want to inspire. I said, Neil, you can quit school right now. I'm just saying, Sonic has a fast track to banishment is what I'm sorry.
You're good. George Red Speaks, ladies and gentlemen. George, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Okay, so let's talk about it. This is your first time here.
Yes, sir.
This is your first time doing stand-up comedy, right?
Tonight, yeah, here at Tony.
So how long have you been doing stand-up?
5 years.
5 years?
I'm sorry.
What do you mean? Is that your catchphrase? I'm sorry?
There we go.
Okay. Okay, so George, without apologizing, let's talk about this. Where have you been doing stand-up for 5 years?
Improv. Actually, I met you at Hyenas. You were headlining the main room. I was headlining the red room at Forward.
Okay.
He's way better.
You mean I was doing the show that people buy tickets for?
Yeah, speed show.
And you were in the lobby Just
exactly
so
how
that
it
people
ended.
understand, we weren't just in two different rooms in some magical club. You were in the fucking waiting room. In a waiting room, they were waiting for me, George. I know you probably told this story to other people, like, yo, me and Hitchcock were competing, man. Yo, dude, we would fucking head to head. And then they put me in prison, dog, and I was fucking all like, what the fuck? Oh shit, I fucked up, I'm sorry.
That's exactly the way it went down, dude.
I hope they caught this on camera, but when we walked on stage and did this, and the piece of lettuce flew. Yeah. I thought I was seeing solid stuff.
I was outside.
Were you eating a gyro out there?
Sharma.
Oh yeah. That's
Shawarma, whatever.
Sharma. It's called Sharma when you're in prison. They're used to making that shit on a radiator and Cheez-Its and shit.
Yeah.
How long were you in prison for?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Holy shit. Can I ask what got you in prison?
What
Oh, what
the
got you
fuck?
out of prison? 2.5 years ain't even
Well, I got 5. I've got 5 that I've got already.
Oh shit, someone hired Thomas J. Henry. Damn.
That's how it
Oh,
happened.
Got out
what the
early,
fuck
huh?
is
Okay,
that,
so what
dog?
was the crime? I gotta know, George.
It was just drinking and driving.
Okay. You killed somebody. Did you really?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Woo! It's about to get weird up in this motherfucker.
In Texas, they lock you up if you're drunk and you fall asleep in your own driveway.
For 5 years they don't. Yeah, that's not what happened to you.
Well,
That's
what happened.
What
I don't know
happens
what to
if
say.
you fall asleep in someone else's driveway with the car on top of someone's body?
And a child. Oh, yeah. That's what happened.
Time for school, Dad.
Yeah.
2.5 years. And you have one son?
I have one son. Yeah.
Were you still with your baby mama when you,
No.
Is this
what
real?
happened? You guys were already split up.
Yeah.
Okay. How long ago did you guys break up?
Ugh. Shit, he's 15, so about 10 years ago.
10 years ago. Okay, he was Cinco.
Cinco. Cinco.
All right. So what do you do for work, George? When did you get out of prison exactly?
I got out 3.5 years ago.
It's funny.
Well, or 3 years ago, I got out March 25th during the pandemic.
Right. Got that part. Yeah. Wasn't you doing comedy for like 4.5 years though?
Yeah, but see, I was doing comedy inside there too.
Ah, look at you.
Steven
Like
Rosenfield.
Mexican Johnny Cash over here.
Steven Rosenfield, man.
Fucking Johnny Pesos.
Hey, y'all, I'm George, and
I'm sorry. There's a little tune called I Didn't Prepare Hard Enough for This. And I was just a baby. When my son was a
Just
baby,
gotta read that.
I left him high and dry. Oh my goodness. So, what was I about to get at? What kind of jokes would you do in the prison? Let's hear a little of your fucking prison material.
Prison material? Well, shit, hey, has anyone ever seen Naked and Afraid?
Yeah.
Good show, right? That's our favorite show at present. The month of things when they choose to show it is right before shower time. Yeah. Talk about being naked and afraid. There you go.
There you go. That's a prison joke right there.
That's a prison show right there.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I love it. You have any more prison jokes? We like prison jokes here on Kill Tony. We never get to hear prison jokes. You ever rape anybody in prison? Tell the truth. 2.5 years is a long time. Lord knows I would drop the soap day one. I mean, I would go in there just.
Oh, that's
Only when
fucking
they're paying.
hilarious.
Hey, dude, only when they're paying, Tony. Only when they're paying, Tony.
Oh shit. Tony would drop the body soap. It wouldn't even be regular soap. He'd just be squirting it all over. guy with the guard right here. Joel's phasing up the. George, did you have any more prison jokes? Oh, D-Man. D. D's all hyped up. D had 6 sugar-free Red Bulls before tonight's show. I love how mad you get that I said you had Red Bull. No,
Love it, dog. That was great.
Why are you saying that shit?
Heroic,
Don't drink
even.
that shit. There you go. I guess it's Black Bull to you, D-Madness. I guess red doesn't really... George, did anybody ever try to, speaking of Black Bulls, did anybody ever try to rape you when you were in prison? And D-Madness, no one's talking to you, you son of a bitch.
He was there the whole time. He was there the whole time.
I love this guy. I could watch his whole fucking life. I love how you interact with people, sir.
What is going on right now? D is out of control right now. Holy shit, dude.
I don't know, man. I think D really got some experience in there. He stepped up and everything.
I think D just tried to fight me for a second there.
I got scared, dog. I got scared.
You know that if the convicted felon is scared, then everyone should be. Did you have any more prison jokes, George?
Yeah, anytime when Red Band will put me on the show.
No, that's not happening.
Oh, that ain't happening. Oh, shit.
I wouldn't even
I
let it.
tried.
Hey, if you're available on Thursday, I'd like you to mow my lawn. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Red Band. Red Band. Red Band.
He's quick with
Red
it.
Band. That might be
The Red Band.
fucking...
That's a badass.
Red Band just fucking got your ass, dude.
Got my ass.
Oh my
International
god.
YouTube.
Oh my god. This guy's gonna be drunk driving all around Pflugerville till he finds you, dude. He's gonna find you. Oh my goodness. Now, I never got an answer. Did anyone ever try to rape you, George?
No.
Going way back.
I'm a gangster, dog.
I could tell. I could see it.
You gotta have enough cigarettes.
George Red speaks. Is there anything else we should know about you before I let you go? I find you to be an incredibly charismatic character. You're so entertaining. This is like what, you know.
What do you want to know? I'll tell you anything. What's up?
Okay, what's the craziest move you have to please a woman in the bedroom? Anything special? You have any fucking special moves that you do? Like some fucking Latino stuff or something?
Well, there's a flute involved.
Oh, you have a flute?
Yeah.
What do you do with it?
Whistle.
Okay, I'm gonna get him out of here. There he goes. One more time for George Red Speaks, everybody. You know what, George? I'm gonna give you a big joke, bub. You'll be able to trade that in for at least 5 cigarettes in the prison. No, we got more to go. We got a lot of show left. We gotta get another one of our regulars up here, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute legend, one of my favorite fucking comedians on planet Earth, legendary roaster, legendary writer, legendary comedian. It's David Lucas, everybody. Make some noise for David, everyone.
My homeboy said that he was gay and he was
I love that. I love that.
He was
What
like,
is
I
that
don't fuck
called?
with meat no more. I was like, I guess
Something.
that the tofu dick you've been sucking.
Oh,
They need
shit.
dick, man. Like, and it's always
That was
ugly
great.
girls that are so opinionated. Pretty women never have a problem with anything because they don't have a fucking opinion. Like, pretty girls don't even say much. All they be like is, okay, yeah, sure. My girlfriend's gorgeous, and she only knows 4 words, and I'm gonna keep it like that. Once you learn citizens, you're no longer pretty, bitch. Like, all right, thank you.
Headlining all over the fucking
Fucking
world.
Tony.
Yeah. What?
You like you'll break into a nigga house and lick their feet.
Wait, why do I look like
That
that?
motherfucking black shit you got on, nigga. You look like what's that shit? Fuck Enter the Dragon, Enter my asshole, nigga.
What the fuck?
That's a kung fu.
Little tight down there. You getting fucking as if your feet are already getting enough blood to them. What do you call your ankles? George and Floyd? Sorry. I'm sorry, Brian.
Tony said I'm sorry.
I'm apologizing to Brian, not to you. Don't get it twisted here.
Yeah, because I was
Brian is my intellectual guest. I have no regrets about saying that to you, though, whatsoever. I would never apologize to you. I can't. Only out of my booty hole. I'm sorry, David. That's what my butthole sounds like. But those are some interesting pants. They really do. They get tighter as they go down.
Yeah, you're an interesting human. Nigga. What the fuck is you talking about, nigga? Tony was the first baby born with no gender. Is it a boy? Is it a girl? I don't fucking know. Fucking petite as shit. That's all I know.
They said the same thing about you. They're like, he has dick and tits. We're not sure what is exactly. We don't know. He doesn't have a vagina, but he has full-size breasts. I love this look tonight. I love it.
Thank you, bro. I like your look too. You
gay.
You know you're not allowed into. Never mind.
No, it's good. That's a new jacket.
Very homophobic joke.
That's a new jacket, huh?
Yeah, that's a new jacket.
I like that. It says Tommy on it.
Yeah, what nigga left that at your house after he fucked you? I don't have to buy clothes because men always leave their shit. Get your ass up out of here.
Oh my god.
All Tony wants for Christmas is a hard dick.
Oh, are we doing Christmas jokes?
Hell yeah, bro. I know you got a motherfucking tramp stamp of a mistletoe. You can't get in until you kiss under the mistletoe. Tony got a tattoo of a dollar bill above his dick that say all you can eat for under $1.
If I had a sign there, you'd probably fucking pay for it. That is incredible. Mistletoe is what the doctor that removes one of your toes is going to call your toe because they're going to launch it into a trash can like a missile. Your toe off of your diabetic foot because of your love for sweets and alcohol. It's going to eventually cost you your toe, your mistletoe. I don't want a lot for Christmas. No, stop.
If I knew that song, I'd make a joke to it.
Oh man.
Frosty the Snowman.
I would make a joke about something underneath the Christmas tree, but it wouldn't have anything to do with you hanging there. It's the next lyrics of the song, and I said that I wouldn't make that joke. I said I would never. If that was pitched in a writer's room, I would say, no. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that I wouldn't.
Tony, when you was a kid, you used to put the charcoal in the carrot at the bottom of the snowman.
That's true. And I have really good eyesight now for how much of the carrot that I put down my throat.
That nigga, your booty cheeks had frostbite.
Oh, motherfucker, that sucks.
It's true.
That's why I fucked
Yes.
snowman.
Sometimes I would put the carrot on the bottom of the
Bitchin'.
snowman and I would pull down
Oh,
my
we get to
pants.
translate this one.
I believe it was the great Juvenile that once said, back that ass up.
Oh, this motherfucker's great.
Why
It's like
you have such
fishing.
good vision, man? Tony has 20/20.
This motherfucker sucks. In German. And you can get this. I've already blacked the sender from Rabbi Rothschild. But it keeps coming back under a different number.
Oh wow, Red,
Yeah.
the memories of that.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
this is the first time I've ever heard of this,
Why
dog.
you fucking read it?
Okay, Red Man.
Red man, shut your Alex Jones.
First time for everything.
yes.
Oh
Shut
man,
your
this is gonna be
Whoopi
so
Goldberg
legal in
ass
the
up.
future. It's gonna be like,
Oh, shit.
what are they gonna call it? Like troll terrorism or some
I know your favorite
bullshit.
color's purple, bitch.
Trolling terrorism. Troll.
Yeah, I got testosterone shots. I'm a
Trollerism.
week sick.
Oh, dude, this motherfucker's accused of trollerism.
Wow, incredible. I can't wait to see what's coming up. I mean,
Right, that motherfucker will pass out when kill Tony over with. We're gonna fall dead of a heart attack in that hallway back there.
I love it. David, you're fucking legendary.
Yeah, man,
You come in
yeah.
here and this show always reaches another
yeah,
level.
yeah.
We absolutely love you. Everybody loves you. You're killing it. DavidLucas.com, right? David Lucas. David Lucas Funny.
DavidLucasComedy.com.
DavidLucasComedy.com for tickets. He's going everywhere. We love him. David Lucas, everybody. All right, should we go to this bucket one more time? Huh? What do you guys think? You guys having any fun out there? All right. Francisco Rincon. Francisco Rincon. Ooh la la. Here we go, coming from upstairs, making his way to the stage, everybody. These people wait all night for this. Put your hands together for Francisco Rincon.
Hey there. I was talking about sizes of penises as we do. And we came to the conclusion that you don't need a massive dick, okay, sir? Your penis is big enough as long as you're able to grab it with two hands. That's why I let my little cousin grab mine. And he's only 4. Turns out I'm doing pretty okay myself. Alright, that's a fucked up joke. His hands were way bigger. But, I like you guys. You guys are laughing. You're not a bunch of faggots. That's good.
Yo, welcome. How you living,
They told me
pimp?
the other day, hey, you shouldn't say faggot
What's
anymore.
good?
I was like, look, it took me 20 years to learn
Well, guess
English.
what? I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway, you little bitch.
Now you want me to forget some words? Sir? I learned from you motherfuckers in high school calling me a faggot.
Oh yeah, there it is. The final faggot from Francisco Rincon.
I had more, but it's okay. Wow.
Incredible. Incredible. Welcome, Francisco. How long you been doing stand-up?
4 years.
4 years. It actually seems like it.
So, first time I ever...
Those are complete polar opposites right there.
And then here in Austin.
Right. For the last few years.
Yes, I moved here before COVID.
This is where you live.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And your family came up here from Mexico?
Almost. They are from Venezuela.
Yeah, but, I mean, I'm originally from Ohio.
In the middle of North Korea.
Feels like you're still doing good. It's like your style.
A little bit.
This guy's great.
Yeah, man, I'm not... Yeah.
What do you do for work, Francisco?
So
I could watch a
am
whole show about both.
I studied mechanical engineering. I got fired last week.
You got
He's
fired
fucking
from
amazing.
being a student or being an engineer?
No, engineer.
So you made it to being an engineer.
Yes, sir. I've been doing engineering for about 10 years now.
Best of
Okay,
both.
and why did you get fired last week?
The very
Because I
best
didn't
of
do my
both.
job.
Oh, this is gonna be amazing.
Yeah. Why didn't you do your job? What made you not want to do it?
I don't know. I'm always in my head and always thinking about lunchtime and...
Private experience.
Wow. Wow. You did all that studying. You became a mechanical engineer.
I know my parents in Venezuela sent me here to be an engineer. I'm a total failure.
Yeah.
He's like a Lex of the Robo-Hawk pimp.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I love him. I really love... He's my English teacher.
He's a good teacher. what's your love life like?
Thank you so much.
Hell yeah, I like you, for instance.
I like you too, Tony.
Thank you. So what's your love life like? You're looking at me like I am your love life right now. You stopped answering and you just held eye contact with me there.
I wish you were, but I'm not homosexual. But you know, you're very successful, more than my current girlfriend. And I love her.
Thank you.
We met on Craigslist.
No, you didn't. You stop it. Where'd you really meet her?
My girlfriend and I, we met on Craigslist.
Did you really?
Yeah, she's color white.
She's what?
Color white.
She's white.
She's color white.
Yeah, that's the option when he met her.
I have a question.
Yes. Brian.
You went out of your way to say faggot like 5 times, and then when you were talking about yourself, you said you're homosexual.
Yes, sir. Because that was a bit. I was trying to make jokes.
Francisco.
Oh.
Wow. Look at you. I fucking like your style, man. This is incredible. You're like a fucking funny modern Pee Wee Herman or some shit like that.
I don't know who he is.
I bet. You got here a little bit after Pee Wee did.
We didn't have electricity in Venezuela.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
No TV over there.
No. No. Is that true? You really didn't have a TV growing up?
Yes, sir. It was a tough childhood.
Yeah. What was it like?
No food. There's no food over there. They're dying. They're a bunch of losers.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I'm a fucking winner. I'm a winner here in America. So much food here.
You're goddamn right.
The undisputed, undefeated best country on planet Earth.
Yes, sir. I moved here and I gained 60 pounds with just breathing.
Oh, that was tight. Look at this move.
Do you
Jerusha.
ever call your family back home and tell them how good you're doing?
If they have electricity, I do.
Shit.
Holy shit.
My dad asked me yesterday on WhatsApp, obviously. He asked me yesterday, how am I doing here in America? I just showed him a photo of me holding a banana. And he knows I'm doing fantastic.
Oh my god.
Oh, what is this bullshit?
Wow. Look at this.
I would love to have you open up the secret Thursday.
Wow. Wow. Oh my god. Francisco Rincon. Oh my god. Is there anything else we should know about you before we
I
let
want
you
to
go?
say the jokes I made about Venezuela are jokes because one time I did a joke about Venezuela and this Venezuelan guy tried to fight me after. And I'm just joking. I love Venezuela and the people from Venezuela. And these are jokes.
Wow.
I can take a shit, but it's water.
Fantastic performance. What an unbelievable interview. You've used your 4 years of
Oh man, I
comedy
got it.
experience wisely.
I can tell this.
You have the mind of a mechanical engineer and you're applying it to the art form of stand-up. It's very clear that you are on a very, very fast pathway to success. Thanks for signing up. Come back again soon.
Thank you so much, Tony Hinchcliffe. Thank you so much.
Francisco Rincon has made his Kill Tony debut. My goodness. Wow.
I did not see that coming, Tony.
Neither did D Madness. You guys think? I don't know. Yeah, you're right. You guys think we should do one more out of the bucket? We're gonna go through it fast. This is gonna be fast no matter what. But your final bucket full of the night goes by the name of Megan Bryans, everyone. Megan Bryan. Megan Bryan. We got movement. You guys see movement? No Megan. Alright, I'm gonna pull another one then. Sometimes people leave after I say one more bucket full, so maybe she's gone. Jay Mathai. Jay Mathai? Jay Mathai. No? Alright. Random people raising their hands in the audience. That's not how it works. Okay, this looks like a fun name. Make some noise for Mr. Hip Hop. Mr. Hip Hop. I guarantee you Mr. Hip Hop is here. Mr. Hip Hop is not the kind of name that leaves early. Here he is. Exactly what you thought he would look like. Mr. Hip Hop, everyone. One more time for Mr. Hip Hop.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Wow, this is my first time ever being on Kill Tony Live. I'm really excited. I'm a super big fan of the show. I watch it every single day of my life. And the only problem I have with the show is it gives me massive secondhand embarrassment. Some of these comments are really bad, and it just makes me go, ugh, really bad. Especially when you reach into the bucket and you pull out a woman's name. Nah. What was I going to say? There was one last part to the joke.
All right, I'm going to cut you off there at 1 minute 5 seconds, Mr. Hip Hop. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Came up here just pretty much insulted female comedians, which is crazy because when you first came up here, I thought you were one. You look more like a Miss Hip Hop to me. I wonder how many people skipped over you when they saw you come up here. Incredible. This is very interesting. I've never had a lesbian get out of bed for this show. This is very exciting. Are you one of the characters from Home Alone or something? What's going on right here? Why are you in pajama pants right now, Mr.
Man,
Hip
I was
Hop?
just really nervous, and I just want to be comfortable. You know, I want to
I
be comfortable
bet.
for my performance.
I bet, Mr. Hip Hop. What's your real name?
Johnny.
Johnny. Where are you from?
San Antonio.
How many times have you done stand-up?
This is my first time.
His first time, everyone. He gave it a shot.
Gave it a
Kind
shot.
of. Is any of that true? Are you really a fan of the show?
Oh, I'm a huge fan.
Right. And you said that you watch it every day, but it only comes out once a week.
I rewatch it.
Wow. Okay.
Every day.
All right. I'm pretty sure this is how villains are created right here, what we're seeing, this type of performance. Johnny, how old are you?
I'm 22.
22. Very young. What do you do for work?
I work for the family business. It's a screen printing business, printing T-shirts and stuff.
Oh, okay. Wow. People love screen printing. Very good. All right. So you're making money. Screen printing. What do you like to do for fun, John?
I like to rap.
No way. There's no way. That laugh, by the way, you might have the scariest laugh I've ever heard in the show's history. I like to rap, Tony. Alright. Do you really know how to rap?
I think so. I don't know. I think I'm pretty
good.
Look,
All the ladies in the crowd hate you right now. I love
sorry,
it.
it was a joke. I didn't mean it.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Mr. Hip Hop, because your name is Mr. Hip Hop, I kind of believe you.
All right.
Johnny, I want to see what kind of rap you can do. You want to tell these guys a fucking rhythm or a beat or something or whatever, or they'll just give you something. Oh shit. Oh shit. I thought he was a lesbian. He's a gay boy. Look how he claps. Oh shit. Here we go. Here's Mr.
Yo, Kill Tony. I'm a Kill Tony. Jay-Z calls me big homie. You can't control me. The truth is known by me solely. Get below me and blow me. Holy cannoli. Yo, I'ma be the flow king. You could be the slow tweet retard mongoloid. Knees knocking forward, ain't got a choice. It's all this Harry shaking when I drop the pole. Don't even gotta say it. No, it's heat as hot as flames and solid as a rocket chase.
Alright, stop.
era when he starts fucking up and the song starts to like, we gotta have the band start doing that. Like they like fuck up.
No. I like it to go.
See, the thing is, you pissed off all the women.
Yeah.
With your joke. Cause this whole time she was looking at you like, ew.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to
Don't be
offend
sorry.
anybody.
What's that like? What's something we would find interesting about you, Johnny? You're 22.
I don't know.
Screen printing, but what else do you do? What do you do for fun?
That's about it, man. Oh yeah.
I love it. And what did you listen to on the way here?
What? Nothing.
Nothing, just silence. Another sign that you're a young school shooter on the rise. My favorite thing in the world, Tony, silence. No.
Not that I can remember.
None that you can remember.
No.
Is there any that you forgot?
Maybe. I think there's a strong chance. Yeah.
Okay.
There's probably something buried deep down.
Mr. Hip Hop, you have graced us with your presence. You have reinforced the fact that anytime I do one more bucket full after something great happens, it never works. Historically, in the show's history, you could go hundreds of episodes and you will find that. Can you catch?
Yeah.
Something other than monkeypox?
Thank you.
There he goes, Mr. Hip Hop, everybody. All right. Another time that I shouldn't have gone to the bucket one more time. I should have gone to where we go now. Ladies and gentlemen, the longest standing regular in the show's history. Coming fresh off of a weekend, opening up for the first time for Tom Segura. He opens for Joe Rogan, me, Duncan Trussell, the Big Red Machine, William, Lights Out, Montgomery. God, who the fuck was that piece of shit? It was just so good. I met someone recently from the Blue Man Group, and I can't stop thinking, was that really him? I mean, how are you supposed to know? It's kind of like not a lot of people know, but Gene Simmons from Kiss has been dead for 10 years, but nobody has a clue because he wears that stupid-ass makeup. I fucking hate Gene Simmons. I swear to God, I can't stand fucking with his stupid-ass fucking makeup. What an idiot. Okay. Oxford's new word of the year was decided by the public for the first time, and the votes are in. It's goblin mode. For those who don't know what goblin mode is, I'll tell you. It means I put on my Sunday's best, set up a dinner date with your mom or dad, and after dinner I gobble up that asshole. I think that's what it means. Goblin mode, gobble mode, I don't know. If I sound a little under the weather, y'all are very correct. I actually went to a super spreader event on Saturday at a casino. Bono was there. He was the one coughing in everybody's mouth when we had to walk in the door. It was super exclusive. But yeah, I'm sick as shit right now, so I want to apologize for everybody who I've infected up in the green room. I greatly apologize. I'm sick as shit right now. All right, that's my time. Thank you, Tony. All right, a new minute and 23 seconds from the man who's done it more than anybody else in the show's history. Another new set by William Montgomery. William, big weekend this past weekend for you, and we're excited to find out all about it. You opened how many shows for Tom Segura? It was 6 shows with Segura. I know, it was great. I bet fucking the dude from Kiss couldn't do that. The piece of shit, Gene Simmons, he probably couldn't fucking do that. I don't know what you have against Gene Simmons. Do you know that he performed on the very stage that you're on just a few weeks ago here at Vulcan Gas Company? There's no way it was him. That's literally not really Gene Simmons. That's what I literally lost $1,000 in a bet because I didn't think he was going to perform here either. I literally bet the owner of the club $1,000 when he told me that Kiss was going to be performing here, and I had to pay him, you guessed it, $1,000 because he literally performed here. But I was on your side in the beginning. Wait, Gene Simmons is alive? Yes, and he was here, and he's probably making the same jokes about you right now. That piece of shit is actually still alive? I swear to God, I thought he died in a car crash like 10 years ago. Oh, no. Okay. No. But
Yeah, the shows were great. The first theater was like 3,000 people, fucking destroyed in front of 3,000 people. Those shows. I didn't. Tom did. I was pretty much bombing really hard the whole time. No, it was great. And then the second night, I don't know, 2,500 people each show, and then the last one 1,000. It was great. The second show was at a casino, and one of the tribal chiefs, the main tribal chief, was at the front row, and I was talking shit about him, talking about his dick sucking mouth. And when he opened up his mouth, I could smell the dick smell coming out of it. That was a recurring theme when I was going after people in the audiences during those shows, that I could smell the dick smell emanating from their mouth. And then I'm literally walking off the stage, and Tom is laughing really hard. And I'm like, "What's going on?" He's like, "Dude, that's a tribal chief." That was pretty funny. That honestly was pretty funny. I was like, "Holy shit!" Oh shit. Yeah, that was pretty good. Gambled that night, played some weird version of blackjack, and was probably the only couple people in the show that tell me how to play.
Every single boy
Really
in the class
fucking
made
private
paper
table. She
airplane
was
and
telling me
fucking
how to
shit
play.
it.
I ended up winning $10,000.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding. I didn't. I won 200, but it was
Oh,
fun.
there you go. That's
What?
basically
Just
$10,000.
launched.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So you're out there, you're traveling. You guys are traveling by bus when you're out there, or?
We plane, and then from the first Friday to Saturday bus. I slept on the bus for 5 hours, and then I took a
Oh,
5 hour long nap.
that was your first time on a big tour bus like that,
It
wasn't it?
was. It was very cool.
Very cool stuff.
I loved it. What are you about to say,
With the
dumbass?
weird.
He's gonna. Red Man has
God.
his microphone up to
I'm
his.
finally having a nice fucking conversation up here. I'm literally sick as shit right now, and I see your dumbass about to fucking say something.
Was it weird sleeping on the bus? Like I've never done that either. Like sleeping on the bus. That seems weird. You know.
No, it wasn't that weird.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's
I
weird?
mean, you're like moving but laying down, and you trust that bus isn't gonna blow up.
There you go. All right. There was Red Band's full speech in there. You want to give it a?
I was a little worried. I was going to say something about
Good
the
morning,
dick
Mr.
sucking
Aquarius.
and
How are
stuff.
you?
Something about the bus going under 50. No, it was
Good,
totally.
how are you?
I'm
What are you
well,
gonna say?
thank you.
Why don't we take
Did
it
you
to the
sleep
top?
well?
You say it. Why don't you go ahead?
Was it weird sleeping with no clothes
Amazing.
on and everyone's walking around
All right.
here?
You have today
I
off,
just asked
right?
the same question.
Just
What-
physical
Yeah,
therapy?
I gotta go to the dentist though.
All right, well.
I gotta go get two cavities filled.
All right, well, you'll get those done and hopefully have a good day.
I'm gonna have a good day once I get this over with.
That's right. Well, you go do it. And then tonight, we'll get in some frames of bowling.
Okay, yeah.
Sounds like a plan. Have a wonderful day, Miss Aquarius.
You too.
Thank you so much. Take care.
You're welcome. Thank you. You take care.
I will
All
do my
right.
best. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye bye. You too.
That's Miss Aquarius. Basically the nicest person on earth. Basically. I don't know anybody nicer than that lady. Really? Uh-uh. That lady's like the nicest person ever. Except for this pimp. What the fuck, dude? Verify your email. What is this bullshit? Shirtless fucking looking man. Look at this move. Look. Look at this move. Look at this. Soul punch. What's going on there? Some bullshit. this move. Look at this move. The most fantastic move in history of wrestling.
Was it weird sleeping on a bus? Because I always thought like laying down on a bus.
You already got the main question out. Just end it after the question. Was it weird sleeping on the bus?
Was it weird
Damn,
sleeping
John.
on a bus?
No, not really. Other than the fact that Bomb Maker got on the bus before we took off, and I was like, Tom, who's this guy? Do you know this guy? I mean, he looks like a bomb making type of guy. And he's like, No, who is that? And I said, I don't know, Tom. And I was like, Do you know this guy? Who is this guy? And Tom was like, I don't even know. But yeah, he ended up installing a bomb on the bottom of the tour bus.
Hashtag
It was
Rabbi.
set to go off if it went under 50 miles an hour. I was just trying to maybe say something to make you two bitches laugh. Y'all have been fucking only giving me blank stares. I'm literally sick as shit right now. Wow. Everybody's going after the ladies tonight.
I like
don't know
that
what's
more
going
or
on.
shit.
This is a very fucking
What is going
a little
on here?
wink. Oh shit, he's winning him back.
Bullshit, man.
Oh shit. Oh shit, he's doing. No, seriously, what's your story? What are you doing? Is he doing? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Is he doing crowd work right now with one of the?
With his athleticism.
That's a cute couple right here. I'm loving y'all. Why don't you do some crowd work on them, William? Do some of your magical crowd work.
Is this woman Eastern thing work?
Oh wow. Wow.
You look
It's
nuts,
sweet
woman.
Miss ABO looking as insane as ever over there. Yeah. There she is, behaving herself,
Whatever the
staying
fuck
in
you
one
were doing right
seat,
now.
doing everything. It took a long time to get her there, but
I'm surprised that
Miss
absolutely
ABO
no
actually
word is
got
coming
with
from
Gene
below.
Simmons in the 80s. She told me that story one time. Oh wow. Okay, you're opening up a real. Yeah, I just stopped. Yeah, I stopped looking over there. Okay, there you go. I was thinking about it. Now, you told us last week that you've been doing a lot of reading. Is there a reason why you're dressed like a retired author right now? What's going on? This is a new turtleneck. You look like a giant elf on the shelf. Right? Well, during Cyber Monday, Lands End had a wonderful, hell of a Cyber Monday deal. I got 3 different turtlenecks, a navy blue, a white, and a green, and I'm wearing my forest green out tonight. Yeah, Lands End. Cyber Monday strikes again in the Montgomery household. I now have 3 of these. You love Cyber Monday, don't you? I fucking love Cyber Monday. Even though I'm sick as shit right now, I want to tell you people that Cyber Monday literally is the best
I gotta do that.
fucking holiday
This.
ever. Ever. That's as much as I can. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna.
How'd you rip your
die
shirt?
Right what do you think is wrong
Repetitive.
with you? Did you get an ailment? What are your symptoms
Just
right now?
fucking
I don't know.
glass
For
cut
you to
nipples.
show up fully infected with something when so many of us have so much work to do on the road. These people in the front row already look like they're sick, so it's okay.
Allegedly.
They already had to deal with.
Look at this move.
God, she was giving me a weird.
Look at this move.
You're fucking. Wow,
Look at this move.
Liz giving you a very.
Look at this move. Fuck yeah.
Get your bitch in line, dude. Damn. Get your bitch in line, dude. I'm serious. These guys look like swingers, dude. This couple here is swingers. Yeah, do you want to meet up after this? I was looking at John. I was thinking maybe I'm not. It's probably not contagious. We'll probably don't need to worry about that. William, if you were to have a threesome with this couple here, what do you think you would spend a lot of your time doing? What would be your mood? I think both of y'all would be taking off your clothes at the same time, and I would say, "Ay caramba," and you, the lady, would be like, "Oh my gosh, thank you," and I'd look at you and I'd say, "No, I'm talking about your man." Oh shit. Holy shit, dude. Oh my. But yeah, maybe after we can meet up seriously. I'm not even fucking around. I'm feeling really antsy tonight. Wow. Wow. Super antsy tonight. And give us some of your symptoms. We've never seen you sick before. You are known as the Big Red Machine, so you still showed up to work full effect. But tell these humans I have the measles and the mumps, a gash, a rash, and purple bumps.
What?
My eyes are glazed. I can't count to three. I don't know. It's a wonderful Shel Silverstein poem. That would have been cool if I could say.
William, I love it. We got to find out about your weekend with Tom Segura. You got that on this show. We watched you go from 0 to 100 to opening for me.
It's been a wonderful pleasure. Find me on Cameo. I'm not kidding. I feel like horrible. I feel awful
Damn.
right now, and I have to do fucking 70 cameos. So Cameo's been wonderful. Keep getting the cameos, but I don't know what's gonna happen. It's a lot of them I have to do. I feel overwhelmed right now, so I'm gonna have to go do that.
Joe Rogan's opener, Duncan Trussell's opener, and now Tom Segura's opener. You got to watch him grow up here on Kill Tony.
Look at this fucking athleticism,
Professional
folks.
stand-up comedian William
This is
Montgomery, everybody.
some of the most athletic
The drawing
prowess
from
I've
Ryan
seen in
J.
my
Ebo.
entire
That's another
broadcasting
episode of Kill Tony.
career.
Did you guys have fun
This
tonight?
motherfucker don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
One more
Rockefeller,
time for
West
my amazing
Side.
guest, Brian Simpson. Check out his podcast.
This
BS
motherfucker
with
was
Brian
going at
Simpson,
4:07 in the morning in some fucking time zone.
BrianSimpsonComedy.com. Thank you to the
Why?
Yellow Rose, the Red
Because
Rose,
it's 5
Betty
o'clock
Vodka,
somewhere,
Joe
motherfucker.
Blobster, and Screwball
That
Peanut
doesn't
Butter.
even
Wait,
make
Gamble
sense.
one more time for the band.
It doesn't have to make sense. It just has
Michael
to sound
Gonzalez,
cool. Which
John
it does.
G, Steve Madness, Matt Mueling, and Paul Deemer on the horns. We did it again. Thank you guys so much. We love you. We'll see you again next week. Bye. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from Walking Gas Company here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up on all this.
You guys ready for a great fucking Monday night or what, huh? Big push for Brian Redman, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome to Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, the two best strip clubs on planet Earth. Just so happen to be here in Austin, Texas. Same with vodka. Deep Eddy vodka. The best. I can't get enough of it. Drink it all the time. And Gel Blaster, available in stores all around the country. Have fun blasting your friends with little beads of gel.
It's so fun.
This is Kill Tony,
I'm
live
so
in
good I
Austin,
never
Texas.
played
On
that
the hands
game.
of the goddamn band, huh? You guys see what the fuck goes on here before this show starts. Brought to you by Screwball
Oh,
Peanut
I
Butter
just hate
Whiskey.
this so much.
Take that fucking thing off your head right now, John Dees. I swear to
I'd
God,
be
you ever
throwing
try some
fists.
shit like that again? He's got some stuff coming out, but it's openings at a place that we don't mention. Get the fuck out of here. That's the great John Dees on the keys, everybody. That's Michael
Damn, girl.
Gonzalez on the drums.
You are beautiful.
This is Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, Paul Deemer on the horns.
So
And
beautiful.
that right down the middle there, that's the one and only D Madness, everybody. Live, in the flesh. Goddamn backbone of the show. Would never in a million years come in here and promote a club that we don't like.
You are just fucking.
We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. Before we start tonight's episode, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here, right now.
That bitch can get it so badly.
Friends, it's me, Santa. I come here as yes. Do you people normally stay up this late?
Drop the bag and get your ass back up that chimney.
That bitch is so hot.
What?
You in my house.
This isn't your house. My friend,
I'd
there's
walk a
something
mile,
inside that you don't understand.
dragging my balls through broken glass just to hear us fart on a walkie-talkie.
In Texas, and I'm about to fill you with some holiday shit. Hold on. Nobody calls Santa that word.
What word, nigga?
Nobody calls Santa the N-word. What are you even thinking?
Get your little snow reindeer wriggling, jingle bell jingling ass up out of my house.
I'm not leaving.
Drop the bag.
I have gifts, and I brought my friends.
What the fuck? Is that a little baby?
So cool.
I'm from the North Pole, bitch. Represent.
Well, call me a bitch one more time, and I'll make your ass one of these Christmas ornaments. How about that shit? You want to be the Christmas tree topper? Huh? Drop the bag. Drop the bag.
With all phones.
No. The gold sack. Drop it.
Okay, well, I have gifts for y'all. I'm gonna leave these right here. I hope y'all like jail blasters.
Well, I'm about to blast your ass. Get up that chimney, bro.
By the way, do y'all have any cocaine?
Man, hell no, man. I smoke meat and drink Hennessy.
I have to be in El Paso in like 20 minutes. I need cocaine.
I don't know.
Okay, fine. I guess that's about time. Thank you. Good night.
Oh, wow. I guess Santa ain't a bitch ass nigga after all.
Matt Mueling can get it.
You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? You guys got to do better than that. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show? Here at one of the special ones. Good for you. You did good here tonight. This is the man that convinced me to move to Austin, Texas. A real Texan. From Texas. One of the greatest comedians of all time, Ron White. Yeah. Woo! The one and the only. The fucking best. God damn it never gets old.
I'm just gonna lay my head down and take a nap. Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet, man. Thank you.
Ron, you know how this shit works.
I sure do.
Done it a million times. Fucking a bunch of comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket. If I pull one of these names out, that means they get 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. Meow. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bears. I thought you were going to do that. I was hoping you were doing that.
No, I just want to do the little one. I don't like to do the
Hell yeah. That just interrupts people after their time is up, and then I interview them, we talk to them, maybe they'll get some insight from the great Ron White, some feedback from him. You guys know how it works, the whole thing's improvised. We don't know what's going to happen. You guys ready to start tonight's show? When I say we don't know what's going to happen, I mean, of course, during and after the sets, but sometimes we are privileged enough to have a special treat in certain spots that I know of, and this is one of those moments. Kicking off tonight's show, one of the great regulars of the history of the show. This man made it to the absolute top of the improv scene in Chicago, basically told SNL to go fuck themselves. He's a legend. He's written about in history books of improv. He was diagnosed with ALS and decided to chase his dream of being a stand-up comedian, rolled into the Comedy Store December of 2019. We immediately made him a regular. He has, since then, obviously, with his disease, gotten sicker and come back, and gotten sicker and come back. We are so fucking lucky that he's here to perform for us tonight. Kicking off the show, Kill Tony regular, Michael Lair. Oh, shit. One more time for the great fucking Michael Lair, everybody.
Because me and my little girl are like inviting our family's five-year Christmas party. I need your unplug everything in your bathroom. I need all the plugs to charge my charm, or I won't make it to pumpkin before we say grace, I need everyone to sign a do not resuscitate form. In case the turkey isn't the only thing that gets stuffed. I can eat solid food, but I must be fed. The amount of funds that cover me leave me open to attacks from Boston's homeless, like a scene from The Walking Dead. For the power I'm born, amen. It was either that or to the castle. I think my lips are last thick at Velcro clothing for holiday gatherings. Anything not seen by Don Mountain or liquid morphine. And when the night draws to a close, as everyone stares at their
No documented records of vouchers to the homeless.
driving me home like a Christmas miracle, I get locked outside while freezing to death, falling in foot out of my misery. Thank you.
I love the whole thing. Little awkward ending there. I like it. I get to. That is probably exactly how your life is going to end as well. All fun and then a little bit. Didn't see that coming. I love it. Hell yeah. Great Ron White giving a helping hand. Absolutely great. That's it. Michael Laird's leaving. No interview necessary. The man, the myth, the legend. Make some noise for Michael Laird, everybody. How about a hand for the crew, Ron White, huh? We have another special treat before we get to this fucking comedians. How you guys doing back there tonight? All right, well, be patient. We're going to get another regular up here right now. I wanted to spice things up a little bit, front load the show with chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, your next regular is the longest standing regular in the history of the show. He's currently making... Whoa. That's not how show business works. Get all the way back. All the way back to A. All the way back to A. There you go. Your next comedian. The longest standing regular in the history of the show. This guy's making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on Cameo right now. He's the Big Red Machine, the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the great William Montgomery. Another World Cup soccer journalist has died, but at this point, are we sure he isn't just flopping? Biden and Russia have just completed a very festive prisoner swap right in time for the holiday season. Biden released an arms dealer nicknamed the Merchant of Death, who is responsible for deaths of thousands of American soldiers in exchange for WNBA player Brittany Griner. It's pretty obvious why Biden traded for Griner, because she checks all three very important boxes in the current political climate. Tall, check. Likes cereal, check. Enjoys music, check. There's a reason to fucking read it, you idiot. I mean, holy shit. Do I just spell it out for...
Dog.
I was
That
watching
vision
The
probably
Price is Right
sucks so
earlier,
much
and I couldn't
cock.
believe the prizes for one of
Have
the
you ever known
showcases.
anybody to have one?
Jim, Kate Spade accessories, and a new Apex Twin album. Okay, that's my time. Wow. William Montgomery. Fucking rocking and rolling, coming up with a lot of energy. Very excited to hit the stage tonight. I know, I'm so sorry. I was too busy touching that sweet man's beautiful face, and I didn't think about I shouldn't have come up so quickly. So, who the fuck are you, man? Why'd you fuck that up for me so much? That guy, pretty sure that's Russell Crowe, William. I wouldn't fuck with this guy at all. That is Russell Crowe, I think. Holy shit. Hello, Russell. There he is, live in the flesh. Very cool. So, William, what's been going on? How do you feel? Feeling really good. Did those 4 shows with you in Arlington this past weekend. Had a wonderful time. Ron, I think you'll be very excited to know I wasn't going to talk about this again, but I killed fucking 3 Brazilians when I was in Arlington. So, Ron, you might like to hear that. I know you have a thing with Brazilians, but... Wait, what? I'm kidding. I have no idea, Ron. I was just trying to suck you into that. I apologize. Sorry. But yeah, no, it was fun doing that. I just downloaded a new Need for Speed game. I just added a new engine to my Honda earlier. So things are really looking up. My Honda's fast as shit. I'm hitting 155 consistently right now. So, wow. That's what I'm going to be doing right after till probably 6 in the morning tonight. Take some Adderall and play Need for Speed Unleashed. You bought a video game where you can have any car you want. You went with a Honda? Yeah, it's a nice steel color. I've upgraded the tires. I've upgraded the suspension system. I added the new engine in today. Again, I'm topping out at 155 right now. You've been on the show more than anybody else ever in the history. Almost 10 years of doing this show all around the world and every single Monday at its home base. And I've never asked you, what kind of car do you have in mean, we all picture you in like a fire truck or something like that.
I have a black Volvo. Do you want me to give you the license plate number as well? No, hell no. Yeah, black Volvo. I've had a black Volvo since 2012. What fucking idiot just laughed at that like a little bitch? Why was that so fucking funny? What dumbass did that? Seriously, raise your hand. I'm not going to tell you to get out, but just who did that? Okay, thanks a lot, you fucking shit.
William is a wild man. Ron, you've been watching William grow in this.
He rides a Vespa. I saw him pull up on it later today. I saw him pull up on it later today. Yeah.
It's a steel Vespa, you're right. It's brilliant.
We love you, William. You're an absolute fucking rock star. You destroyed 4 sold-out shows in Arlington with me. We got the reports back. You did theaters with the great Tom Segura the weekend before.
I know, it's all positive. Y'all please keep on getting these cameos, even though I literally have fucking 70 to do right now. So they're really backing up on me. I try to do fucking like 20 or 30 a day. So please.
God, get away from the fucking edge.
Fun fact for you is that William literally drove here with his girlfriend early May of 2021. When he hit the road, everything was fine. He finds out a few hours into the trip that literally they're trying to cancel my entire career in life. And he came here, he was a full-blown alcoholic, cocaine addict.
I found the cocaine guy right when I fucking moved here. I literally found the blow guy right when I fucking moved here.
The people from Toronto already have an Austin cocaine guy. I mean, it happens quick. It's not that hard. This guy kept driving all the way to Texas, drunk, on blow, on Adderall, and fucking now is sober and has me, Duncan, Rogan, and Segura all fighting to have him open for us.
What a fucking success story!
Yeah, it's been wonderful.
That is a success story. And that was the great William Montgomery, everybody. There you go.
You look great, brother.
Where the fuck are the giraffes?
Let's go. It's fucking bucket time. This is where shit gets crazy. We're gonna meet somebody right now together. Anything
Dude,
can happen.
assholes develop
The
this
people
app.
that you've
It's so
already
shitty.
seen, we fucking know. This is the part where shit gets a little bit wild. Could be a future star, could be a complete failure. Anything could happen. Your first
Stupid
comedian
fucks.
out of the bucket tonight goes by the name of Matt Decker. Matt Decker. Kicking us off from the bucket tonight. Live. We're all gonna meet him together. How's the balcony doing tonight? You guys good up there? Give it up. Give it up. Here comes Matt Decker. One more time for Matt, everybody.
Oh shit! How's it going, everybody? This thing got the opening tonight. So, when I was 9 years old, I saw something I never forget. Lived in the hood up north, Wisconsin, and these 2 black guys were arguing right in the middle of the street. Little kids looking outside the window, big noses, and they literally ripped out this kid mid-conversation in the middle of the argument and just started pissing right in the middle of the argument. And I'll never forget it.
It's so funny.
I wish I had the confidence to do that.
I love myself. I'm so sick. Motherfuckers, I am so cool. I never thought I'd be this cool, but psych, I knew it. Probably should be even sicker than I am.
Wow. You had an extra 15
Psych.
seconds
It's not
there to
possible.
do something, and I've
10
never
out of
seen a
10.
boxer stop his own match like that before.
I like to give you a little piece of advice here, Hoss. Whenever you're talking to a microphone, talk right into the microphone, then you kind of lift it away from it. But even if you had talked into the microphone, you didn't have anything to say when you got up here. Yeah, and that needs to be
So
part of your
sick.
plan. You need to be set up, punchline, something funny. I wish I had something better to say, dude. I thought I had something planned until I got up there. I got to speak. Let's speak because I've never. I don't think I have this right now. I'm just doing my own little vibration here.
You nervous?
Yes, I've been here. This is my 5th time coming. First time ever doing comedy. Yeah, and I didn't expect Ron White to be here.
Right. There's no way to know. I never announced who the guests are. Literally, nobody expected Ron White to be here.
Nobody did.
Ron White didn't
I didn't even know
be here tonight until about 3 or 4 p.m. this afternoon.
I grew up with this guy, and it's awesome to see you, dude. It's crazy.
He's a big fan of Game of Thrones, so to see a Dothraki live in the flesh, very exciting. We love how you guys ride horses and swing cursed swords, so very exciting. I didn't know they came in the version in 5'4", but that's very exciting.
It's 5'9".
I love it. I love it. Let's talk about it, Matt. This is your first time doing stand-up comedy ever?
Yes, sir. First time even touching a mic.
Congratulations. Very good.
Right, you're ridiculously bad with the microphone. But here's what you ought to do. On your way to do a set next time, stop at the convenience store and just tell them the joke. And if nobody laughs at it,
Man, I gotta be honest. Like, I'm glad I bombed my first time because I told the story, people have laughed, but it's like I'm trying to put into 1 minute. You know what you say, what don't you say. The dick has already been seen. Now it's
right.
how you want to talk about it.
Well, the hard part is to get up here and you did that, and then you're learning some mic skills, so you write a joke, you're on the way, buddy.
Yeah, I wanted to kill Tony for my first time, and I know there's a couple of open mics you can do, so I'm gonna start doing those now too. But it's
Yeah, you should have maybe done those first.
Oh, hey,
And then come and been seen.
Use it as a ramp.
Yeah.
Hey, if I'm gonna bomb, I would love to get roasted by the best. So I mean, like, might as well.
I guess so, but you don't really deserve it yet.
Oh, yeah.
You kind of have to earn to get roasted by the best. You just sort of won it.
Yeah, that was just
the lottery, and you're
That
like,
was just regular stuff.
Oh, this is so
regular
sick.
stuff. I'm not gonna not argue. Well,
you deserve to get roasted by the worst, is what you mean right now. At this point in your career,
I'll get roasted by anybody.
you need a homeless guy to tell you that shit ain't funny, Holmes.
It's actually my favorite thing to do when I come to Austin is homeless watch.
Thank you, Matt. Very good. Another thing that's not funny. Very good. Matt, stop talking. Stop talking.
Yes, sir.
That'd be a great privilege for your next
So
joke.
sick.
I'm authorized.
Dog, I'm so cool.
Matt,
I'm bursting at the seams.
I'm a security officer. I
So
work at a
sick.
fucking chicken rendering plant.
Just
where they just
fucking
slaughtered
confident as
the worst
balls.
chicken I've ever smoked.
What are you, secure at the front?
Literally, I have not seen a single
Ain't
fucking
no one
person
ever been
drive
this
by.
fucking sexy.
There's 9 hogs out there that I have ran off since I've been there.
Look at this
keep an eye
move.
on the chickens.
They're all dead.
Is your job to make sure that none of the chickens cross the road?
They already did, and that's how they
So
died.
sick.
Very good. Matt, you can take funny
Come on,
stuff
somebody
and really,
else.
like, stomp it out like a
Comment.
fire. It's almost incredible. Like, I
Comment.
just said
This
something funny,
fucking
and you're like,
rabbi sucks.
you have like a fire extinguisher of
Whoa.
unfunny that you can spray. You're like
I
a
love when I
dragon.
see my own
Like an
other
ice
people
like
have
dragon.
fucking
Got a
done
big
it.
black dick and just
Retweeted
piss
it
it all
and
over
shit. It's the best.
Well, I'm honestly, like, just incredibly nervous. Like, I didn't expect to open,
I bet
especially.
you're not opening either. Michael and William both came up here and got laughed.
The next guy.
You're literally third. You're in the most prime position to do good. You got more excuses than you got jokes, my friend.
Right. We understood every word you said, and it didn't help. Didn't help. Right?
Yes. Oh. Why couldn't it be Matt with months to live?
Oh.
Somehow you're shaking up here, and the guy that has had ALS for 4 years wasn't. Explain yourself, Matt Decker. And he went up first. He opened the show. He didn't say anything about having to open the show. He asked to open the show. He asked me. He asked me for that hard spot. And then here you are going up there. Well, I didn't know I'd be opening the
What's
show.
that fucking? I do
also
that
didn't
fucking
know Ron
concert.
White would be here. The
Michael
lights were
Jackson.
brighter than I thought they would be.
So funny.
Thank you. That's my time.
It's fucking hilarious.
The fuck kind of rock and roll show is this? Jesus Christ, Matt Decker. But you gave it a shot. That's what these little joke books are for. It literally says, the Bones I even put nice try on the back. Literally. These just get better and better every week. If you guys aren't getting these, going to Bones Eye's Instagram and buying them straight from the source.
Hey, man, I appreciate the opportunity. I'll come back. I'll be better, man.
Well, I hope so, Matt Decker.
I'll see you, Mr. White.
There you go. Absolutely. There he goes, Matt Decker, everybody.
Oh, is this it?
See what I'm talking about? This shit is not easy at all. Back to the
It's not that hard, but it's not
It's the one
easy.
before this. Nasty. Nasty boy.
It's not that hard, right?
Yeah.
Boy, did he make it look that way. All right, your next comedian goes by the name of Ashley Sharp. Here we go, Ashley Sharp.
This is bullshit.
Hilarious. All right. Here comes Ashley Sharp. Somewhere, anywhere.
Where the fuck are they coming from? They're probably scared as fuck to come on stage.
Sometimes they're up on the balcony. We got any movement? Is this Ashley? Ashley Sharp. Oh, that's not Ashley Sharp. That's just some guy. Is this really Ashley Sharp? Are you Ashley Sharp? On your right.
I swear to God, I'm Ashley Sharp.
Okay, Ashley Sharp, everybody. Put your hands together for Ashley.
Sorry. I know you guys expect this little white girl to come cartwheel out of here on pigtails or some shit. Brother come up like, what the fuck is this shit? I got this fucking win. Like, I want to see this woman watch, like, BET, like, black exploitation movies and fucking Lifetime. You guys love that shit. I don't know why you guys love Lifetime. You guys are always in your slavery movies 24/7 and shit. Like, yeah, I love that shit. Get Kutha. Get him. Like, what the fuck? You know what's wrong with your ancestors made better decisions. Like, oh, the fuck? I was thinking I could have been named Shaft or some shit.
There you go, doing his time and then some. Ashley Sharp, everybody. Hi, Ashley. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show.
Let me say right off from the bat, you are one of the funniest hands. That doesn't really make any sense, but you gotta respect it. Welcome. How long you been doing stand-up, Ashley?
Like off and on for like last 2 or 3 years.
Last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah,
what else are you doing when you're not doing stand-up? You seem like a guy that has some fucking hobbies.
It's like helicopter just flying.
I don't know, like the server at oh shit! I gotta give a shout out to Malone. That's the Texas restaurant I work at.
Okay. All right. I don't think
Great. So Red River, you guys come there, I'll be there. Give me money.
Okay. That's an interesting plug.
Negro fun.
I know I always go to 6th Street for my Tex-Mex.
You do that.
Does it just come out like diarrhea, or do you have to wait and make it yourself?
The second stage. Yeah, you gotta.
Right. I love it. Actually. How long you been in Austin?
My whole life.
Born and raised here. Look at that. I love it.
One of the last Austin ambassadors.
I love it. What do you love about this city?
It's like a small town vibe, but it's still kind of a biggish city. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What do you like to do for fun when you go out, when you're not working?
When I'm not getting fucked up or doing comedy, hanging out with my friends, playing pool and shit.
Playing
Pretty
pool.
chill motherfucker.
You get fucked up a lot?
Not a lot. Occasionally. I try to make it proportionate to how hard I work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I work my ass off that week, and I feel like 2 days off, I'm getting fucked up.
You're goddamn right. Absolutely.
Yeah. I've earned this fucked up a bit. You know?
Yep. I too am an alcoholic. I understand. So let's talk about it. When you get fucked up, like what type of shit do you get into around town? Like do you just sit around in your living room and get fucked up with friends? Like there must be something you like to do.
What? We play video games and shit. Go out and play pool, like I said. Come up with weird ass shit. I remember one time we got fucked up. It was me and my ex-girlfriend, and we decided to play like we were Africans who couldn't speak English, and we were running around downtown and just kind of fucking with people and shit.
Wait, you pretended like you were African?
Yeah, we couldn't speak English.
That's funny. I love to do that too. I do that a lot.
Thank you. Somebody else.
Can we see some of your African impression? Can you do it for us?
I want to Lion King somebody's kid though, you know, just kind of right when they're born. What does that mean?
Well, you hold them up. It's like graffiti. Red band, nailing it. The band is trying to play some African music for you, which they can do because they are indeed, some of them, African. I noticed that Matt Mueling is taking a break right now. No real lead electric in the African music industry. I don't know if you guys know that, but... You gonna do something?
Rap or do anything cool. Sorry, all I got is jokes.
Hell yeah. No, I love it. We could tell you're a black guy from Austin. That makes and waiting tables at the Tex-Mex place right next door.
What a fucking... So, shit wasn't 52 years for real, I guess.
Anyway, what the fuck? What's your love life like?
Decent-ish. I seem to be attracted to strange more than anything else.
Decent-ish.
Decent-ish.
I'm gonna go a little bit harder in this direction. I'm gonna sail into the wind here. What exactly do you mean? Like, what's your? You looking up at girls? Like, what's going on out there?
I usually average at least like 2 hooks a week or some shit like that.
Whoa! Holy shit!
Hey, calm down. It's not that bad. It's just like when chicks are drunk, I look like I go from a 7 to a 10. That's all.
Right.
You think you're a 7? I don't think the outfit's helping. I don't think the outfit's helping me. No. This is my broke ass shit.
I love it. Well, you're a real comedian. You fucking came up here. You did it. You rolled with the punches. Great interview. You're a fucking present performer. You're the type of guy that we love on this show. Congratulations, Ashley Sharp, everybody.
Nice job, man.
This is a big joke book, man. Handmade leather. Have one of these. There he goes. The great Ashley Sharp, everyone, making his Kill Tony debut. All right, let's get another regular up here. This guy famous for his unbelievable writing, unbelievable roasting. This guy also had an amazing weekend with me in Arlington, Texas. Make some noise for one of the greats, David Lucas, everybody. Here he is. Come on, David Lucas, everybody.
Yeah. Check out Marty 5. I don't think being a gay man is sustainable long term. Like, that shit might be cool in your 20s, 30s, early 40s. But when erectile dysfunction hit in, y'all niggas just roommates. For real. Like, erectile dysfunction would fuck up a whole gay situation shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, erectile dysfunction ain't shit in a gay relationship because you can gummy worm your dick into a pussy. But you ain't gummy worming your dick in no asshole.
It's hilarious.
I'll give you 10,000, motherfucker. That's my time, thank you.
Amazing. Did it again.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
You're so fucking funny, David Lucas. Give it up for David one more time, man. Great comic. One of my favorite hangs.
Not easy to do at all. You make it look easy every single week.
You make looking gay easy, too.
Oh, come on. How dare you?
Hey, when Brittany Griner got released from prison, Tony flew to Arizona to get his pussy ate. Brittany Griner ate your pussy like an inmate's last meal on death row.
My pussy's the only thing you haven't ate.
You look like your fucking pussy smell like an In-N-Out burger, nigga.
What? I look like my pussy smell like an In-N-Out burger.
You know, some pussy got that meaty smell, you know, with onions and shit.
Oh my goodness.
Especially them thick girls, they be meaty, they smell like meat.
Oh my
What the
goodness.
fuck?
But you skinny, you let all that air get in between your legs, that shit.
That's right. I'm
That's
like
clean.
a super sipper. Something like that. Good man. Can you make it a little less of a big deal? A fucking can of beer get the host. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. David, I love it.
Yeah.
his vape instead of dropping the weight.
Tony, you got a refrigerator full of cucumbers, nigga. Your ass out here, boy.
Cucumbers? You can't, not only do you not eat cucumbers, you can't even say cucumbers. He doesn't know how to say healthy food. Tony up here taking his vitamins. Tony's up here eating an adequate amount of grains. Unbelievable. We have fun. We do this all the time.
You ready for Christmas?
Oh yeah, you know me. I'm gonna sit on top of that tree. I know where you're going, you son of a bitch.
Yeah. You don't need no tree stand. You put the tree right in your ass. You see Tony laying down on somebody's living room floor with a tree coming out. Splinters all in his booty cheeks.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you gotta get water 2 times a day, nigga.
Oh my God.
That motherfucking tree sucked that moisture up out of that ass.
You son of a bitch. You gonna leave Santa some fucking cookie crumbs? You gonna squeeze one of your titties, give him some milk?
You asked Santa if you want to use the restroom.
Water park, bro.
Let me see you pull your pants down.
You're gonna look like you live at a water
Bringing in
park.
one of my patriot racist friends to help me here.
Look at that. Looks like his nickname Powder.
If you were white powder. I love it. What's your favorite part of the Christmas time? What do you love? What traditions do you love?
There's gonna be some sentimental shit.
Look at this move. There's athleticism.
Go ahead, let's talk about it.
It's really
Alright, so
unprecedented.
when I was a kid, Christmas time was the only time I got to see all the family because they was in the military and lived in other places.
Yeah, sure. He was in the military. Yeah, all of his black relatives out there fighting for our service. Tony, what's a kid?
What's a what, grandparent?
Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is brought to you by the Star Quest Production Network. It is made possible by our many generous patrons. If you'd like to support the podcast, please visit sqpn.com/give. Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part with the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation at aaronv.com, AARONV.com, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida. And by RosaryArmy.com. Have more peace. Visit RosaryArmy.com and get a free all-twine knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at RosaryArmy.com. Previously on Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World. In the late 1980s, an American man named Paul Benowitz became deeply alarmed. He lived in New Mexico, and he was a scientist, an inventor, a businessman, and an American patriot who deeply loved his country and the people of planet Earth. But he began finding evidence of an alien presence on Earth. He reported his discoveries to the Air Force, and they assigned agents to his case who took what he was learning very seriously and sought to help with his investigations. In time, he learned that the aliens had made a secret agreement with human officials, but the deal had gone bad. Now the aliens were implanting people with devices that could turn them into spies, control their actions, and wipe their memories. In the end, Paul concluded that our only choice was to attack the aliens without mercy. He used more than $200,000 of his own money to develop a prototype weapon to penetrate their defense screens. And he outlined an extensive attack plan known as Project Beta, which he eventually shared with President Ronald Reagan. Who was Paul Benowitz? What did he learn, and what did Project Beta involve? As a result, Paul began to take precautions to protect himself, his family, and Mrs. Hansen. On June 3rd, 1980, Leo Sprinkle rang the doorbell, and after a long pause, Benowitz appeared, toting a pistol on his hip and a rifle in his right hand. He told me that the aliens could come swarming over the walls at any minute. Next episode, we'll tell you the end of the Paul Benowitz story and go into analysis mode to figure out what really happened. bad? Were they able to stop the alien invasion that he feared? Has it been covered up all this time? Why did the Air Force call in the Army's Delta Force? And what was the huge price that Paul Bennewitz personally paid?
We have so much fun all the time. The man is an unbelievable comedian. Not easy to write real material every single week. This fucking guy does.
You're listening to episode 144 of Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World. We will look at mysteries from the twin perspectives of faith and reason. In this episode, we're talking about Paul Bennewitz, his friend Richard Doty, and Doty's shocking UFO revelations.
Here he comes.
I'm Dom Bettinelli, and joining me today is Jimmy Akin. Hi, Jimmy. Howdy, Dom. Folks, be sure to stick around to the end of the episode. We have your feedback on our recent episode on the Mark of the Beast. But first, in the 1980s, New Mexico scientist and businessman Paul Bennewitz became extremely alarmed. He began to discover evidence not just of an alien presence on Earth, but that the aliens were staging a slow-motion takeover of the planet. They were abducting people and implanting them with devices that could turn them into walking cameras and microphones, control their behavior, and wipe their memories. At any moment, the implanted people could have their switch pulled and be totally controlled by the aliens. Already, this had been done to hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S., and the military had been compromised. Paul reported his findings to the Air Force, which took them seriously and encouraged him to keep investigating. In time, Paul developed a daring plan known as Project Beta to rid the Earth of aliens. He even invested $200,000 of his own money to develop a prototype weapon that could penetrate their defense screens. What happened with Project Beta? Has it been covered up all these years? What role did Delta Force play? And what was the terrible price that Paul Bennewitz paid? That's what we'll be talking about on this episode of Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World. Jimmy, where did we leave off at the end of our last episode? Paul had recommended his attack plan, Project Beta, to President Ronald Reagan. He recognized that some human...
Now, make sure you don't get it, just for saying that. That's weird. Fuck that up. That's not how that works, or else everybody's just gonna go, and I get the secret show you, nope.
Sorry, Tony.
But it was a great performance. That's the wild part. My question is, why did it matter to you that they didn't respond to the mechanical bull part? I don't see why you didn't finish it. You were doing great. You had everything.
I was hoping some people yell out, but they were dead silent.
But you wanted them to yell out, yeah, I love the mechanical, like, yeah.
Yeah.
And then what would you have said?
I have a couple different options. I like
You didn't know
crowd work. I like to do crowd work. I'm not really a joke guy.
You've got 60 fucking seconds, dude.
Yeah.
You're gonna try to get some crowd riffing going on?
My bad.
You did a really good job. You came up here, you set the microphone on the stage, you said, how we doing? Vulcan, which is a wasted move. You should just start doing the joke, right? And which you did, and it worked. And it actually had a place to go, and I thought it was really well thought out and planned. And then how you fucked that up, I don't know. You only had 60 seconds to get it going and then fuck it up, and then you wanted to do some crowd work.
And you don't need to, so my point in asking why you did that is because you don't need to do that. We've covered this quite a few times on the show, but it's a real veteran comedy move to set up your bit and just go into it. You don't need their fucking approval. They probably everybody in this room has seen what you're talking about. You don't need them to agree that they know what a mechanical bull is or written a mechanical bull. You could have gone right into the things. I want to know what it was. I want to know what you bailed out of. What are the two options? If the whole crowd went, yes, we love mechanical bulls.
Tell us more!
All in sync like that, like a fucking cult, what would you have done?
You really want to know? It's not going to be bad. Alright, two options. So, like, if a girl would have said, yeah, I would ask her how long she stayed on. Said, that's how long I lasted on the plunger. If a guy would have said something, I'd be like, one guy in the back going, I rode the mechanical bull. And then he went home and rode a human bear. Yeah, it doesn't work. I did not want to do that. I did not want to do that.
Red Band is in the zone on that soundboard tonight. Very well played.
Ew.
Very well played, sad music.
Shit. Okay, well.
You don't need that. You don't need that stuff. You have real jokes. I know what that's like too. I've seen it forever. People want to this crowd work thing and make it appear as if though like magically came up with that. But in all reality, you were slamming these people for 50, 55 seconds, and then all of a sudden you go into this thing, and like, I think there's just a great lesson to be learned here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I agree with you. I dropped the ball.
But very, very extremely funny first fucking part of your set. You're from Buffalo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were hilarious last time you were on. I remember you well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
So both sets are super solid. How long have you been doing it again?
4.5 years.
4.5 years.
You've already got a tight 55 seconds. Wow, you're on your way, dude. It's on the donka. The donka.
I fucking love it. And you just moved here to Austin, right?
Yeah. Yep,
How long ago?
About 5 weeks.
5 weeks.
Going,
and what are you finding out about this city?
It's great. I already got myself a show that I'm hosting called, or it's at a bar called Axis ATX. And, yeah. I'm finding out a lot about myself.
Oh my goodness. Access ATX. You've been here 5 weeks. What have you been doing for fun? Tell us about your nightlife.
The most fun I've been having here is at Banana Phone on Sundays at the Creek in the Cave.
Okay. Yeah, that's... I've literally never heard of this before. How many of you have heard of this? Banana Phone is a... Oh, you guys have heard of it? Oh, you've heard of it? Well, wait till you get the Banana Phone at your house. See what I mean? Okay.
Yeah, it's like a heckle mic, and you can yell out roasts, which I like.
You like roasts?
Yes.
Very good. Have you ever been on a roast or done a roast or roasted?
No, I just signed up for Roast Battle, though.
Okay. Who are you going up against?
Owen Gallivant.
Okay. What are you going to make fun of? Give us an example.
Well, first of all, he looks like Tim Allen, that monk shot when he got arrested for cocaine.
Okay, what's the joke part of it?
Oh.
That's more like a fun fact.
You're making me do all my jokes, so save for later.
Oh, you're going to save the good ones for later, a lot like you did tonight during your set. I like that. No, I love it, Zach. You're a fucking... This is what it's all about. People moving here. I guarantee you're one of the funniest people coming out of Buffalo right now, and you had a choice. A lot of people have to decide whether they're going to go to New York City or LA or Austin, and I'm convinced a lot of the best talent's moving here. And this is your first time seeing Zach Black, everybody. There you go, Zach Black.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
This guy's good. He's good. I'm busting his balls, but he's good. All right, back to the bucket we go. Angela Ramirez. Angela Ramirez is up next. You guys still having fun out there, huh? Angela Ramirez is making her way to the stage. Here she comes, everybody. Make some noise for Angela, everybody.
Hello, I'm Angela. Put my name in a hat on a whim. Did not know I would do this, but thank you, Title IX gods, for making me get up here, because I was like the only girl over there. One of the only ones. And also like to thank Affirmative Action, because I was one of the only Latinos in the anthem. But it's nice to be up here. This is like my third night out in Austin. I'm not from here. I'm from the middle of actual nowhere by Amarillo. And it's really nice to be out here. I'm a simple country girl. You know what they say, we make do. And I almost made do over there and peed in the corner because I've been holding it for like 2 hours. And since I am Latino, I know how to, pee standing up. Because, whenever guys cheat on white girls, they make fake TikToks. Whenever guys cheat on black girls, they just listen to the new SZA album. Whenever guys cheat on Latinas, we piss on their fucking belongings. And we do it the old-fashioned way. We drink half a bottle of Patron, a gallon of Mountain Dew, make sure, right on the verge of kidney stones, make it real, real hot. And then you get it to work first.
Okay, there you go. That's her time, Angela Ramirez, everybody. Okay. So welcome to the show. I'm going to interview you now.
Okay, hi.
You don't know where you're at right now. You just signed up and stood in the corner?
Yeah. It was supposed to be like my brother and my uncle on here, you know?
What? They signed up too?
Yeah.
Incredible. And they brought you here.
Yeah.
Dressed like that. Oh my goodness. That is, whoa, shit. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's going on up here, but
It's so good to see you here.
hell yeah. You have the energies of a girl that has keyed all your ex-boyfriend's cars. This girl has keyed a lot of souped up fucking Hondas. My goodness. Look at you. Wow. And you've never performed on a stage before? Nothing at all on a stage?
No.
Nothing of any kind?
I mean, I've been trying to get a job.
Out there near Amarillo, middle of nowhere, extra money to make, maybe no one will recognize you from, I'm guessing, only elementary school you went to?
Yeah. I'm just a simple country girl.
You're a little old country girl. Yeah. I love it. What do you do for work?
I cut fruit for a living.
You cut fruit for a living? Can we get some fucking Latino super music? Oh, not that sound. That's, again, there you go. That's the right
so
sound
funny.
effect.
That's so funny you say that, because they literally call me Maria at work, like they don't know my name.
What?
They don't call me by my name, they call me Maria. Like, it's just, they just assume my name is Maria.
Right. Because you are a Latino. I love it. So it's a long drive here tonight. You're up here performing.
Yeah.
I love it. How does it feel on this stage?
I really like it.
Right. Okay. What do you like to do for fun? Give us some of your hobbies. You're out there in the middle of nowhere. It seems like that would be a place to really party it up. There's like country songs about near Amarillo and shit.
I mean, what we do for fun isn't the country song.
Go ahead.
It's like, I was talking about, making do. I've never used a corn stalk for
Look at this
dildos,
letter
but I have
system,
been
folks.
soaked in pasture.
Whoa.
This motherfucker's like a coat of arms. This motherfucker's like a man at arms.
Your quote on your senior,
This
in your
motherfucker's...
yearbook. Incredible. And what's your love life like? I'd imagine you're near Amarillo 10. You're at least the middle of nowhere 9.
Humans would die as a result of the coming battle, but he saw this as our only choice. And we needed to strike now, while the aliens were still weak, and we could exploit their vulnerabilities, which he had documented extensively through his radio and TV communications with them. So what did President Reagan do? It's not clear that President Reagan received the document that Paul had sent to him. All Paul got back was a boilerplate letter explaining that the government no longer investigated UFOs since the closing of Project Blue Book in 1970. Only that clashed with information Paul had received in the form of the Aquarius document, which indicated that the government was still investigating UFOs on a covert basis, with information being funneled up to our space agency, NASA. Why might President Reagan not have seen Paul's battle plan? One possibility is that it was typical Washington and Defense Department bureaucracy. The Aquarius document indicated that the government's covert UFO investigation was classified top secret, and that the information it generated was distributed on a highly limited basis. The president gets all kinds of people writing to him every day, and it's extremely possible that the person answering the correspondence simply wasn't on the Project Aquarius distribution list and didn't have a need to know about it. As a result, he would give the standard boilerplate reply and never show Reagan the document. Could the document have been deliberately kept away from Reagan by people who had been implanted by the aliens? That's another possibility that may have occurred to Paul. After all, he estimated conservatively, he thought, that the aliens had implanted 300,000 people in the United States alone, And if you're conducting a covert invasion, a nation's command and control is what you'd want to take over first. So Paul may well have suspected that people high up in the Defense Department and government had already been co-opted by the aliens and were deliberately frustrating his plans.
Wouldn't he make himself a target if he announced himself like this with the Project Beta document?
He'd already established a communications link with the aliens, including a video link, by decoding their transmissions near Kirtland Air Force Base. That's a big part of how he learned so much about them, their capabilities and their weaknesses, especially their psychology. But if people who had been compromised by the aliens intercepted his Project Beta attack plan, that would tell the aliens he was a direct threat to them, and they might well take action. In fact, Paul reported that they did, and he took special precautions to protect himself. His colleague, ufologist Bill Moore, reports on the state he was in by the time of their last meeting in 1986 or 1987.
He had guns and knives all over the house. He had installed extra locks on his doors, and he swore that they, meaning the aliens, were coming through his walls at night and injecting him with hideous chemicals which would knock him out for long periods of time. Moore was shocked at his friend's appearance. He looked like a concentration camp survivor. He'd lost a lot of weight. His hands were shaking. He smoked incessantly. Moore once counted 28 cigarettes in 45 minutes during a lunch date where Benowitz touched not a bite of his food. Benowitz told Moore that after the aliens injected him, they would make him drive his car out into the desert in the middle of the night, but he couldn't remember what he did after he got there. Both Moore and Richard Doty independently recalled noticing injection marks running down Benowitz's arm.
So perhaps the aliens had come to realize that Paul Benowitz was a threat to them and were taking actions to increasingly render him unstable so as to neutralize him. Paul also discovered, to his horror, that his wife Cindy had been implanted with one of the alien devices. Presumably, he found the telltale scar that he had seen on other implant victims that revealed its location.
Paul and his family seemed to be under grave threat at this point. What could he do in response?
Probably one of the best things he could do to protect himself would be to simply walk away, to use his communications link to tell the aliens that he was canceling his investigations and give it all up so that he was no longer a threat. That would mean letting their plot against Earth go forward, but at least he might save himself and his family. And, in fact, people were counseling him to stop. His family members were telling him that he needed to stop, and his friend, Air Force Special Agent Richard Doty, recalls,
I actually sat down with Paul and told Paul, listen, Paul, I think you ought to stop doing this. I think you've gone as far as you can go, and this is a friend. This is Richard Doty, a friend. It wasn't Richard Doty, a special agent with OSI talking to him. I said, this is a friend talking to you, Paul, because I became a friend with him. He was a very wonderful person, and I didn't want to see him harmed. And I said, Paul, stop it. Listen to your son, listen to your wife, end it. Get rid of the equipment, lock the stuff away, go on with your life, go back to your work, your business, and stop this. Paul listened to me, and I thought maybe he was going to take my advice, but he didn't. He continued and continued and continued, and at that point we ended the investigation. We ended every involvement with Paul Benowitz.
So the Air Force was concerned enough that they ended their involvement with Paul, but he was determined to go on. After all, the fate of the Earth was at stake. But the strain was too much. In his book, Project Beta, Greg Bishop reports,
by August of 1988, after 8 very long years of unrelenting stress and fear, the 61-year-old Paul Benowitz could no longer function normally. He had turned over much of the day-to-day operations of his business, Thunder Scientific Labs, to associates and his 2 adult sons. Former acquaintance Gary Massey says that Benowitz had finally barricaded himself in the house and had piled sandbags all around the windows. His family, finally convinced that his sanity and health were in immediate danger, took him to the Anna Caseman Mental Health Facility in Albuquerque, just a couple of miles up the road from Thunder Scientific headquarters, and checked him in for nervous exhaustion.
And you can understand why Paul would have nervous exhaustion after all the shocking things he'd been through. After he got out of the hospital, Paul finally did back off and ceased his UFO studies, though he still believed in the aliens and all the things he discovered up until the end of his life. He passed in 2003 at the age of 75. And there are just a few remaining questions we need to look at. Like, how much of all this was the Air Force and his friend Richard Doty lying to Paul about? We'll have more on that shocking revelation after we take a moment to thank our patrons who make this show possible, including Teresa S., Jess K., Megan F., Patrick W., and Paul B. Their generous donations at sqpn.com/give make it possible for us to continue Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World and all the shows at StarQuest. And now's a great time to become a StarQuest patron, thanks to a generous gift from a StarQuest supporter. When you start a new Patreon monthly pledge at sqpn.com/give, the first 3 months will be matched by an equal amount from our donor. So if you become a new patron at $10 a month, after 3 months, our donor will give $30 to StarQuest to support all our shows, including this one, making your gift go even further. So if you've been thinking of becoming a StarQuest patron, now's the time. Visit sqpn.com/give today. Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part through the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation at aaronv.com, AARONV.com, making connections right for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida. And by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-twine knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com. So, Jimmy, let's talk about the theories concerning this whole subject. What theories are there about Paul Benowitz and Project Beta? I've already mentioned the big one. How much was Paul being lied to? And to the extent he was being lied to, how did the disinformation campaign unfold? Also, why did they lie to him? What was the Air Force trying to do? And since every good disinformation campaign has elements of truth in it, how much of what he was told about the UFOs happened to be true? And then finally, we'll need to review our findings from the faith perspective. All right, what can we say about what happened to Paul Benowitz from the reason perspective? Let's start by talking about his friend, Special Agent Richard Doty. What do we know about him? He was born in 1950, and he has a pedigree connected with UFOs, as his uncle, Major Edward Doty, headed Project Twinkle, which investigated the green fireballs over New Mexico in 1948 that people thought were connected with UFOs. As we indicated, Special Agent Doty was an Air Force officer assigned to the Office of Special Investigations. They provide criminal investigative services, protective services, and counterintelligence services. And it's the latter capacity that Doty was involved with Paul in here. In his dealings with Paul Benowitz, Agent Doty was functioning as a counterintelligence officer. That is, an officer whose job is to thwart intelligence efforts directed against the United States. How does Doty describe the beginning of his relationship with Paul? At the point they met, Paul had been getting film footage of strange lights over Portland Air Force Base, as well as picking up unusual radio transmissions from the base. Paul contacted base security, wanting to alert them to a potential security threat, and Agent Doty initially thought it might be coming from the Soviets. After all, this was during the Cold War. And that shaped their initial meeting. In the documentary we've mentioned, which is called Mirage Men, Doty says this.
Paul didn't know initially what he got. He didn't analyze it. When he had gotten the first series of transmissions, he recorded them, and then he contacted the security officer for Kirtland. I began a dialogue with Paul, trying to find out everything he had. And as I did, then I learned that a lot of the information he had wasn't anything to do with a Soviet threat or some kind of hostile threat against Kirtland. It was information that he gathered because of the fact he was a scientist and because he had sensitive and sophisticated equipment. He was collecting emissions coming from base.
The problem was what Paul had discovered as he filmed the unusual phenomena over the base and the Manzano Mountains inside it.
He had two films of an object flying. One picture depicted an object that looked like it was flying out of the mountain, and it looked like some kind of saucer-shaped object.
he immediately then thought that there were UFOs coming out of Mount Zion. The second film was of an object that was something experimental that the government was doing. When he filmed that, then again, the flag went up, that he just filmed a classified project.
So Paul had a film of something that looked like a UFO and another project that was classified. And now the Air Force had a decision to make.
And we had to decide what we were going to do then. Were we going to allow this to happen, or were we trying to convince him otherwise?
They let Paul come to the base and have a meeting with many important people, as we mentioned in the last episode.
Paul made a presentation to the Air Force officials on what he had been doing and about what he had been collecting. He showed some of his film. He showed some of his pictures. He had an audio recorder that was playing the sounds that he had collected from the base. The highest ranking person in the room, which was a brigadier general, said, "You have some very convincing information, Paul." And that kind of set everything in motion with Paul to let him think that, he is. We briefed everybody in the room. So they knew what we were doing, basically. And so after the meeting, there was a number of questions asked to him. What do you want the Air Force to do? And Paul says, I'd like a grant to investigate UFOs on the base, and a grant to continue this contact that he claimed he had with some of these aliens.
And, as we discussed last episode, he received a $75,000 grant to continue his studies from one of the agencies involved. But the overall decision was the Air Force would lie to Paul Benowitz in order to convince him that everything he was detecting was due to aliens.
The more he had contact with me and others within the intelligence community, the more he started analyzing the information. So we kind of planted the seed in Paul that what he was seeing and what he was hearing and what he was collecting was, in fact, probably maybe UFOs.
And they exploited the fact that Paul was a patriotic American against him.
It was very easy to convince Paul. Paul was a World War II veteran. He's very patriotic. He always flew his flag. Those type of people you can convince that, listen, just tell me Paul. You can't tell anybody else about this because it's, you're getting in the wrong hands. So immediately Paul became a cooperating source, and he held everything that he had gotten in secrecy.
So they didn't have to do very much, at least in the beginning.
There wasn't a whole lot that we did. It was just a simple, really simple nod and statement to Paul that what he was seeing was probably UFOs.
But Paul was off and running, and over time, the lies became more elaborate. How did that happen? The liars apparently started to involve more than just the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Richard Doty reports,
at one point, another agency was conducting an investigation, and they set up a surveillance across the street from him. And Paul's son contacted me and said, leave my father alone. You guys are across the street, and you're bothering my father. He's getting to the point that he's being paranoid. Well, I knew it wasn't us.
In fact, it was the National Security Agency, or NSA, that had set up an outpost in the house across the street from Paul. Greg Bishop reports,
he said he saw people coming in and out of the house and looking out from the curtains and things like that. And as it turns out, the NSA had some people in this house. They were watching him and actually beaming messages straight across the street into his antenna setup. And it started picking up these signals, and the NSA was scared that anybody could figure that out. They decided to just take complete control of what he was seeing and give him exactly what he thought he should be getting. They replaced his computer with their own computer. The computer had software that would decode the messages he was getting in the way they wanted him to see them. And if you look at the transcript of it, it seems like almost gibberish, but because people want to pull out content from a random order, it starts to make some kind of sense. They had said that they were from a planet with no water, and they were trying to find a new place to live, and they wanted to take over the Earth, and if they could only trust Paul, they were going to have some kind of agreement with him, but he said, you can't trust anything they say, these aliens are evil, and sort of to make him look silly, which is exactly what they're trying to do.
So, after Paul started picking up transmissions from Kirtland AFB that were connected with a classified project the NSA moved in, this is the organization that, as we have since learned, conducts massive global surveillance, including of telephone calls. The NSA took control of the equipment that Paul had set up in his house. They started beaming radio and television signals directly into what he'd set up. They replaced his computer with one of their own, and they're responsible for the alleged translations of alien signals he got, as well as the visual images of aliens he saw on his monitors. And Paul and his family noticed the strange people who were set up in the neighboring house, yet Paul never walked across the short distance to confront them and ask them what they were doing. Maybe he thought they were people who had been co-opted by the aliens and were being controlled by them.
One of the people we mentioned last episode was Paul's friend and fellow UFO researcher, Bill Moore. How does he fit into all this?
He had been co-opted by the intelligence community. Sometime previously, he had been contacted by a man from the Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, whose identity he's never revealed. Instead, he referred to this man by the nickname Falcon. Falcon said that he represented a group of people inside the system who wanted to reveal what the government really knows about aliens and UFOs. And they wanted to reveal it to the public slowly through a trustworthy, reputable ufologist like Bill. And that's reasonable. You don't want the public to freak out all at once. You want to introduce them to this stuff slowly. But there was a catch.
There's always a catch with this kind of deal. So what was the catch here?
Basically, Falcon and his associates wanted information about what was going on in the UFO community, what it was aware of, the ideas that were circulating in it, that kind of thing. If Bill would keep tabs on what the UFO people were thinking, Falcon would give him information about what the government really knows. As an earnest of his good faith, he gave Bill a document about a UFO landing in New Mexico in 1969. The document referred to a government project by the name of Silver Sky, and Bill checked it out. He went around New Mexico looking for the witnesses to the UFO landing, and he didn't find any. The next time he met Falcon, he confronted him with the fact that the document was a fake and none of the people that mentioned in it existed. Falcon said, "Congratulations, you passed the test." They'd given him the document to see if he was really a competent investigator who could be trusted with sensitive information. If he hadn't been the type of researcher they were looking for, he would have gone straight to the public without checking it out to see if Project Silver Sky even existed. But he didn't. He showed them that he was the kind of quality person they were looking for, and now they were ready to start giving him the real stuff. So they started doing business.
And how did he become involved with Paul Benowitz?
Falcon introduced Bill to our other friend, Richard Doty, and in February 1981, Falcon and Doty asked him to give Paul a copy of the Aquarius document that we mentioned last episode. Just as a refresher, the Aquarius document said that despite the closure of Project Blue Book, the government was still secretly investigating UFOs, that NASA was receiving the information it was developing, and that something known as Project Aquarius was involved. So was a group nobody had heard of named MJ-12. And most relevant to our story today, NASA was following the information that Paul Benowitz was developing. But there was a problem. Bill Moore had seen an earlier version of the Aquarius document, and the one they gave him now was different. It had been edited. Greg Bishop reports,
"The document in its pristine condition was only seen by Bill Moore in the offices of AFOSI, and once again in February of 1981, when he was handed a heavily edited and rewritten version of the message and told that he was to give this copy to Paul Benowitz. When he asked why the new version was riddled with changes, Falcon replied that it had to be sanitized to protect sensitive projects. It was the first time that he'd been asked to lie to a fellow researcher. This sort of commitment to the deception bothered Moore, and he sat on the document for a few months until he was gently warned that all operations were off unless he followed through. Moore explained, "My understanding, although I never knew for sure, was that Benowitz was expected to wave it to the press and others as proof of what he was saying about an alien invasion, at which point the document would be denounced as counterfeit and Benowitz would be further discredited."
So Bill suspected that the edited document was meant as a setup for Paul to discredit him. And he didn't want that to happen because he'd gotten to know Paul and they'd become friends.
But if Bill didn't deliver it to him, he wouldn't be learning anything more from Falcon about what the government really knows about UFOs. So he sat on it for a few months. But then, he got an almost Solomonic split-the-middle idea. He would deliver the document to Paul, satisfying Falcon, but he would tell Paul not to use it, thus protecting him and thwarting Falcon's plans. And as we discussed last episode, in the summer of 1981, he made an appointment with Paul at his business, Thunder Scientific Labs, took him into a closet, turned up a radio so no buddy and no listening devices could hear them, and whispered to Paul that he should just use the document for his own research, but otherwise just sit on it. So, even though Bill knew he was giving Paul an edited and thus at least partially falsified document, he was still trying to be his friend. And, as we'll see later, Bill eventually did a major, voluntary act of public penance for his deeds and paid a heavy price.
What about Paul's discovery of the alien base at Archuleta Mesa? How'd that happen?
As we indicated, Paul suspected that there was an alien base in that area because of his interactions with abductee Myra Hansen and Officer Gabe Valdez. But, of course, the Air Force helped foster this impression, as it helped take his attention off of some of the things that were happening with the secret projects over Cortland AFB. Though there may have been secret projects elsewhere. In an interview for the documentary Barrage Men, Richard Doty states,
Paul is a pilot, and he had a plane, and he flew around those areas, and he saw things, and he filmed things up there that again presented a problem for us, because what he was filming up there was actually a secretive military installation that was training commandos. So then he had to convince Paul that what he was seeing up there was a UFO.
There's actually some confusion about this. While there apparently was a secret military base in the Archuleta Mesa area, there's a question about whether it was actively training commandos at that time. In his book, Project Beta, Greg Bishop reports,
Kirtland AFOSI also rang up Fort Carson Army Base in southern Colorado and inquired if they still conducted training missions in the Dulce area. No, they said, but they wouldn't mind cranking it up again. The Army was given further encouragement by an Air Force offer to cover at least some of the costs of these extra training exercises by filling out expense vouchers. Faced with this unexpected gravy train, the Army Infantry and the elite Delta Force detachment that used the area needed little encouragement. To sweeten the pot, AFOSI also told them that the ruse was part of a counter-espionage project against the Russians, which in a sense it was, as we shall see.
We'll cover the Russian espionage angle later in this episode, but for now, notice that we have a contradiction between whether
putting a fence up there around certain things, bringing in some helicopters.
Well, what do you do?
Certain things, bringing in some helicopters.
Well, what do you do? Jet blankets?
Planted onto the ground around
the things that they planted apparently included a dome that Paul saw, as well as air vents from the supposed underground base. And the commandos that were being trained there included the Army's Delta Force Special Forces Detachment, which I promised last episode would play a role in this mystery. Greg Bishop was
Benowitz and the news people asked Valdez if he knew what was going on. Unnerved, but undaunted, Valdez approached the open door of the nearest helicopter. One of the officers shouted that Valdez was out of his jurisdiction, but the single-minded Valdez jumped aboard to take a close-up look at the identifying patches on one of the uniforms before he was threatened with more than a verbal warning and backed off. Recalling the incident, Valdez said, "This was my jurisdiction, damn it, and I wanted to see who was invading my town and scaring people." The AFOSI also asked the Army to fly low over farmhouses and pastures to drive home the point. Special forces were in the area, and something was going on up on Archuleta. Hotshot pilots were only too happy to comply.
I like the way that Bishop puts it. Valdez was threatened with more than a verbal warning. Nicely understated. I assume that means they pointed a gun at him.
Paul also saw a crashed vehicle of some kind that he took to be a nuclear-powered UFO that humans were using, but that aliens shot down. What was that?
It's unclear, and there have been various speculations about it. Some have suggested that it would have been an early stealth plan, and stealth technology was still classified at this time. Others have suggested it might have been an early drone. That raises the question of what technologies the Air Force and the other agencies were trying to protect by lying to Paul. What's the current thinking on that? There are a number of different theories. Obviously, whatever it was that crashed on Archuleta was whether a stealth plane or a drone was one of them. But there were also other technologies. One of them was the NSA communication system that Paul had hacked into and that they then turned against him to feed him messages from the aliens. In his book, Project Beta, Greg Bishop makes the case that one was another technology alternately known as Project Rainbow or as Tabor Orange, which involved tracking and controlling Soviet spy satellites. These were things we had learned how to do based on the efforts of people spying for us in Russia. Simple identification was not the end product of all this dangerous effort. The assets stationed in Russia had done their job so well that the Americans not only knew which pieces of technology were passing silently overhead, they also knew how to defeat some of the satellite's security-coded systems, read the information stored in their memory, and even reprogram their guidance systems to steer them out of orbit. The secret lay in laser communication. The Russians had devised a way of talking to their spacecraft using laser pulses instead of more easily intercepted radio waves. Once the boys at Kirtland had identified and tracked the orbits of their targets, the information was immediately relayed to the Stallion Laser Facility located 200 miles south at White Sands Missile Range. There, laser experts and intelligence officers used the stolen codes to tap into the satellites and download any useful information, such as any sensitive areas that had been photographed, and then sent a command to steer the spacecraft into a useless orbit or attitude. By the time it represented the weak link in security, after the AFOSI found out he was taking pictures of the laser, they again broke into his home, located the pictures, and replaced them with blank frames. So this may have been one of the technologies that Paul stumbled across, and there may have been others as well. Who was giving Doty his orders? One theory that's been proposed in the ufological community is that nobody was giving him his orders, that he was a rogue agent who decided to do this on his own. Doty, of course, denies this.
How did you become involved with this Benowitz case? I was the counterintelligence officer.
All right.
The information got to my desk, and I reached my commander, and sent a message up to headquarters, and we were tasked with obtaining all the information we could from Paul.
That, of course, was only authorization to start finding out about Paul, not to lie to him. But Doty says that everything else that happened later on was also authorized.
I followed orders. Everything we did was following orders.
And I think that's right. Richard Doty's rank at the time he left the Air Force in 1988 was Master Sergeant. A Master Sergeant is a senior non-commissioned officer, so he wasn't even a commissioned officer. There's no way that someone with that rank would be able to personally authorize everything the Air Force did, like creating and installing props up on the Archuleta Mesa to make it look like an alien base was there, or underwriting funding to partially pay Delta Force to come in and train there, and things like that. Also, we know who Doty's immediate superior was, and his name's topic, and Doty has said he got his orders from him. And we know that Doty's superior also had interactions with Benowitz as part of the deception. On at least one occasion, he flew over Archuleta with Paul. As far as I know, he hasn't spoken publicly about the Benowitz affair, but the evidence strongly supports Doty's superior as being involved. The real question would be, how high up the chain of command the project went? Do we have a sense of that? I'm sure it didn't go all the way up to Commander-in-Chief President Ronald Reagan. A president wouldn't be briefed on or approve decisions to run a disinformation campaign against a lone UFO guy like Paul Benowitz. So the answer seems to be that the person giving the orders was somewhere in the middle. Doty refers to having been in communication with headquarters about the affair, but that could mean different things. Also, since multiple agencies were involved, it may have involved key officers in several agencies. And here, Greg Bishop offers an interesting theory. Referring to ufologist Bill Moore, he says,
so he came back to his contact, which a lot of people know as Falcon. That's what Bill Moore and his partner began to refer to this guy. He was apparently from the Defense Intelligence Agency. He actually was the head of, as far as I know, the head of the operation against Bennett. The orders came down from him.
So Falcon and the Defense Intelligence Agency may have been in charge of the overall disinformation effort. What was the motive for deceiving him? Why not just tell him the truth, that he'd stumbled upon some advanced technology where it should back off? Initially, Paul did think that he might have stumbled onto something classified, and he wasn't sure it was UFOs. But Doty explains the decision this way.
Initially, he thought maybe it was classified. He told us, if I tapped into something, let me know. Well, we weren't going to do that because we don't know who his friends were, and we couldn't really live in a trusted person.
By we didn't know who his friends were, Doty is referring to the possibility that Paul may have been in contact with people who were, even if he didn't know it, actually Soviet agents. Documentary maker and author Mark Pilkington explains.
The ufologists were constantly seeking evidence for the extraterrestrial conspiracy and the UFO cover-up. They were digging through documents, they were hanging around secret air bases, and quite likely stumbling upon genuine military secrets. And a more serious possibility was that Soviet intelligence agents may have been infiltrating the UFO field in order to extract this kind of information about new technologies. I think it's no coincidence that the timing of the operation against Paul Bennett dovetails with the development of the stealth program, and at the time, this was the absolute pinnacle of global aviation technology. And that's exactly the sort of thing that Soviet agents would be looking for.
And not only could Soviet agents learn about our classified technology programs from ufologists like Paul, if they did learn about them, it could endanger our people in Russia, like the ones who helped us crack the Soviet satellite system. Like Bishop explains,
there were assets in Russia who were sending this information back, and if they found out that somebody over here was getting that information and using it on these satellites, through Paul Bennett or anybody else, these people would have been, imprisoned or killed or whatever. And they figured, I think Richard can comment on this, that they figured that the one person getting paranoid and going off the deep end was worth, 10 or 12 or 15 or however many agents they had over in Russia doing this. And, apart from the fact that there's just the basic information.
Also, according to Richard Doty, they didn't foresee Paul becoming mentally unstable due to all this.
Later on, yes, absolutely. It was meant to be a short-term operation to disinform him and then kind of walk away from it.
So according to Doty, they didn't want to just tell Paul the truth because they were afraid that the information could get back to the Soviets. As Pilkington and Bishop explained, that would endanger both our defense posture and our human assets on the ground. They thus decided to deceive Paul and discredit him, so people wouldn't believe what he was saying. It would just sound like crazy UFO theories. But they didn't mean to drive him off the deep end. They thought that they'd make him look like a nut, and he could go to UFO conventions and say all the nutty things he wanted, none the worse for wear. Instead, he became mentally unbalanced. So this was really meant to be a minor operation that got out of control and had unintended consequences. At least, that's what Agent Doty would like us to believe.
Do I detect a note of skepticism?
Yes, because as we heard Richard Doty himself say earlier,
it was very easy to convince Paul. Paul was a World War II veteran. He was very patriotic. He always flew his flag. Those type of people you can convince that, listen, just tell Paul. You can't tell anybody else about this because it's, they're getting in the wrong hands. So immediately Paul became a cooperating source, and he held everything that he got in secrecy.
So Paul was exactly the kind of person they could trust to keep things secret. He even offered to back off if, as he initially suspected, he had stumbled across a classified program that had nothing to do with aliens. That suggests that the Air Force may have had a different motive. The explanation Doty would have us believe could be an example of what is referred to in the intelligence world as a limited hangout. Former Deputy Director of the CIA, Victor Marchetti, explains, limited hangout is spy jargon for a favorite and frequently used gimmick of the clandestine professionals. When their veil of secrecy is shredded and they can no longer rely on a phony cover story to misinform the public, they resort to admitting, sometimes even volunteering, some of the truth, while still managing to withhold the key and damaging facts in the case. The public, however, is usually so intrigued by the new information that it never thinks to pursue the matter further. Applying that to this case, when the public became aware that the Air Force and other agencies have been running a disinformation campaign against Paul Bennewitz, they may have chosen to do a limited hangout. They admit that there was a disinformation campaign, since they couldn't deny that any longer, but they make it sound as innocent as possible and conceal its real motive. How did the public become aware of the disinformation campaign? You'll remember that we earlier mentioned that Paul's friend, the ufologist Bill Moore, voluntarily did a major act of public penance and paid a high price for doing so. What he did was blow the whistle on the entire operation. At the 1989 Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON, convention in Las Vegas, he gave a speech in which he revealed the whole thing. In this speech, he revealed how the Air Force, including Richard Doty, had misled and manipulated Paul Bennewitz. He also revealed how the UFO community itself had been misled and manipulated with the claims that Paul and others had been making. These included major elements of the 1980s UFO lore, including not only Roswell, but also the idea that we had a secret treaty with the aliens, that there were underground bases, conflicts between the military and the aliens, and the alien plan to take over the world. Here's part of that 1989 speech.
What we were hearing today about malevolent aliens, underground bases, secret treaties with the U.S. government, has been implemented in the Bennewitz affair. The entire story of a secret treaty between the U.S. government and the aliens, of exchanges of technology between us and the aliens, of battles between the aliens and American armed forces, and of aliens allegedly having implanted hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of human beings for the purpose of taking over the world and using us as cattle, as slaves, came about as a result of the disinformation process. I know, because I was in a position to observe much of this process as it unfolded, and I was providing regular reports on its effectiveness to some of the very people who were doing it well.
How did the MUFON convention crowd take it when Bill revealed all these things? Not well. He was trashing major elements of the UFO lore that they were heavily invested in. They started booing and heckling. In fact, in this clip, you can hear them start to boo, after which MUFON official Hal Starr has to step up to the mic to calm them down.
It became apparent to me that my supply of the information to the government, through Doty, on the activities of Paul Bennewitz, Apollo, and to a lesser extent several other individuals, was to be a part of this equation. I also discovered that whatever it was that Bennewitz was involved with, he was the subject of considerable interest on the part of not one, but several government agencies, and that they were actively trying to defuse him by pumping as much disinformation through him as he could possibly absorb. Being a very small part of that process gave me, I thought, something of an advantage. It became my intention to take that advantage for all the information I could gather. Bennewitz, for his part,
I drove the moped around, which I think is very fun.
Frankly, I'm a little ashamed of some people in this audience, regardless of what you believe, what you hear, or not.
Greg Bishop, who attended Bill's speech at the 1989 MUFON convention, reports, Moore's speech ran nearly 2 hours. It had to be stopped several times by MUFON's Arizona State Director Hal Starr to restore order. Another researcher stood up and rhetorically asked, "Where'd you get all that crap from, Bill?" The publisher of a major UFO magazine ran out in tears. People literally yelled, cried, and gritted their teeth in anger. I was surprised that they didn't throw things. The reaction to Moore's admission was predictable. Bill English, who ran out with fists clenched saying, "I'm going to get a fire hose," was one of Moore's fellow APRO members, he probably felt doubly betrayed, even though Moore had never disinformed him or anyone else he worked with at APRO. English stormed out in red-faced rage. Like English, many of Moore's colleagues could not handle the cognitive dissonance that he had laid on them.
When he got up to give his speech, Bill knew that this would likely end his career in ufology, and it basically did. After this, he essentially retired from the field. However, he had succeeded in his goal of alerting the UFO community to how the Air Force and others within the intelligence community were deceiving and manipulating the UFO world. And it wasn't just Paul and Bill that were involved. Bill revealed that other prominent ufologists had also struck deals similar to the one he had. He hasn't revealed the names of these other ufologists, but what he said suggests a broader disinformation campaign than just the one aimed at Paul Benowitz.
Who would the broader campaign's targets have been?
The UFO community itself. Of Mirage Men, Mark Pilkington writes that the explanations that have been proposed do not explain.
The Air Force has sustained a psychological assault on Paul's brilliant but fragile mind. Nor do they explain why the Air Force, or whichever organization was responsible, would test its new toys, especially its most treasured alien toys, with an eye and camera shot of a housing development when it had several square miles of secluded open desert in which to do so. Most damning to the secret technology argument is that if Benowitz had seen something that he shouldn't have done, the Air Force could simply have asked him to keep quiet about it. As a patriot and a military contractor, he would almost certainly have done so. Should he have refused, the military could have resorted to legal pressures. As Brad Sparks and Barry Greenwood point out, intercepting secret government or military communications would have been in breach of the Communications Act of 1934 and the Espionage Act of 1917. If Benowitz had been intercepting sensitive NSA transmissions, for example, they could have arrested him, impounded his equipment, and shut down his business. But they didn't. Instead, they encouraged him in his delusions. Why? The version of events proposed by Greenwood and Sparks casts AFOSI and the entire Benowitz operation in a more sinister, premeditated light. Kirtland AFOSI probably first identified Benowitz at Harrison Schmidt's cattle mutilation conference held on their doorstep in Albuquerque in April 1979. A month later, Rick Doty transferred to Kirtland from Ellsworth, where UFO-themed disinformation had been successfully deployed against the National Enquirer the previous year. 4 months later, in July 1979, Benowitz began filming lights over the Manzano Range at Kirtland, conveniently within eyeshot of his own home, and recording the radio transmissions that he believed were connected to the UFOs. On 27 January 1980, Benowitz received his first communication from the aliens themselves. In a 1981 letter to the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence at the Air Force, he makes the striking point that none other than Major Ernest Edwards, the commander of Kirtland's security force, and the first person that Benowitz reported his UFO sightings to, had been present at the first electronic communication session and had unofficially provided valuable logistic judgment to Project Beta. The Air Force had been actively involved with Benowitz, encouraging him in his delusions from the very beginning. In July 1980, AFOSI sent Craig Weitzel's letter about UFOs at Kirtland to APRO, who asked Bill Moore to investigate. And finally, that September, Moore was contacted by Falcon and Richard Doty, and the Benowitz operation went into second gear. Considered in this light, the affair takes on a whole new dimension. Benowitz didn't accidentally stumble onto the UFOs flying over Kirtland. They were a brightly lit lure, flown entirely for his benefit. The Weitzel letter, meanwhile, was expressly intended to draw in a UFO researcher. Both Moore and Benowitz were baited and trapped. AFOSI planned to use these men as conduits for their UFO disinformation from the very beginning. Their real target was not Benowitz at all, but the entire UFO community.
So the idea proposed here is that the Air Force entrapped Paul and Bill into a pre-planned disinformation operation targeting the UFO community as a whole.
Why would they want to do that?
Mark Pilkington writes,
Imagine that you are the Air Force. Your goal is nothing less than total air supremacy, and to maintain this, you need to keep secrets. Lots of them. Operational secrets, tactical secrets, and technological secrets and weapons. Maintaining these secrets, particularly regarding your technology, is absolutely critical. Meanwhile, the ufologists are trying to get a peek at your black projects, bombarding you with Freedom of Information Act requests and accusing you of conspiring with DNA-stealing aliens to cover up the truth about UFOs, which you know don't exist. The ufologists' aim is to reveal all the secrets that you're spending many millions of dollars to protect. You are quite reasonably going to consider these people a threat, and you're going to want to neutralize them. By controlling Paul Benowitz, a noisy proponent of UFO conspiracies who lived right on your doorstep, and Bill Moore, one of the most well-respected members of the UFO community, you have the perfect base from which to launch an assault on this troublesome segment of the population. Benowitz's Project Beta served to focus and divide the UFO community, creating a wall of noise around the subject that made serious research difficult. Many people who might want to take the subject seriously were dissuaded from doing so. It was a masterclass in information warfare, but it came at a terrible price.
So, according to this theory, Paul Benowitz was a victim of a broader plan to deceive the UFO community, to inject so much disinformation into UFO lore that it would make serious research much harder, and thus throw up a smokescreen that would better protect the U.S.'s secrets and strengthen our position in the Cold War.
Let's look at this from the other perspective. A lot of people in the UFO community argue that, in a good disinformation campaign, some of the material has to be true in order to make it believable. So how much of what the Air Force told Paul might be true in this case?
Some of it? I've heard it said that in such campaigns you always want to put a lie between two truths, but I'm not sure that's the right ratio. Doty himself has said that about 80% of the info in the UFO community is false and only 20% is true. That all of the stuff they told Paul related to the aliens was fake, leaving only truths like, yes, we do have secret aircraft and one of them did crash at Archuleta. It just wasn't a secret military craft built on alien technology.
Some in the UFO community have argued that in a disinformation campaign like this, you want to give away some of the biggest truths so that they can be discredited and people won't believe them. What do you make of that?
I'm not persuaded. Let's consider a parallel. If the government knows aliens are real because they've recovered crashed saucers or have a secret treaty with them, then this is something as important as the Manhattan Project's development of the nuclear bomb back in the 1940s. We really did not want the German or the Japanese governments learning that we were making progress toward having nukes, as it would have caused them to frantically start funneling resources into their own nuclear programs, which we'll be discussing in future episodes. So what did we do? We didn't start spreading rumors that we were getting close to having the bomb, but then surround these rumors with crazy stories in order to bring discredit on the idea that we were running a nuclear program. Instead, we tried to keep an iron lid on the fact we were aggressively pursuing developing the bomb. And we used extensive security measures, which were not entirely successful, to keep the Manhattan Project entirely secret. Given that history, I think we'd likely do the same thing if we had proof aliens were visiting Earth. Leaking it and surrounding it with crazy stories could easily backfire.
What about the claim some have made that we want to get this information out so that the Russians would know we've been reverse engineering UFO tech so that they won't mess with us?
I think it's possible that we might have wanted to deceive the Russians and make them believe we had UFO tech so that they wouldn't mess with us. In that case, we might let them leak out to make us seem stronger than we really are. Some have suggested that this is what's happening now with the Navy's current UFO patents for Dr. Salvatore Pais that we've discussed in previous episodes, that they're meant as a disinformation campaign against the Chinese to make them think we have tech that we really don't. But if we actually had alien-based technology, I don't think we'd leak rumors to the public about it. We would either secretly tell the Russians or the Chinese, not the UFO community, that we had tech that was way out of their league, or we would have announced it publicly like we did with the stealth fighter and the stealth bomber, or
we would have kept it completely secret, like we did with the Manhattan Project and the nuclear bomb. Because if you actually have a piece of advanced technology, you don't need to scare your opponent into thinking you're stronger than you are. You really are strong.
Weren't there actually some very strange events that were part of the Paul Bennett story that the Air Force didn't know how to explain?
There were. As we covered last episode, the Kurland papers indicate that one of their guards encountered an unexplained glowing disc-shaped object at Kurland Air Force Base and other similar things. There also was a mysterious jamming of military and civilian radar in the area that came from a source within Kirtland. When abductee Myra Hansen was hypnotized, she was able to describe the interior of one of the facilities at Manzano Base in great detail, despite the fact she was a civilian who shouldn't have access to it. And both Bill Moore and Richard Doty reported seeing a strange glowing orb in Paul's house. These things could indicate that there was something more to the story than disinformation, but I'm not convinced.
Why not? How would you explain that?
The Air Force project could themselves be disinformation, or the object could have been a secret project of some kind that the people preparing the papers weren't cleared to know about. The radar jamming could have been another secret project, which the people preparing the reports also weren't cleared to know about. Myrna Hansen could have been an undercover asset used to entrap Paul, and she may have been given information about the Manzano facility. Or Paul was told her information was accurate, even though it might have been totally off. Or maybe she remote viewed the facility under hypnosis, who knows. And the glowing orb in Paul's home could have been a projection of some kind, perhaps a trick by the NSA, since we already know they were projecting other things into his house, like the transmissions. While some reports suggest that the orb looked solid, like the one we heard, the fact it simply vanished and that Bill Moore looked around to see if he could find a projector suggests it might have just been a projected light. So, I don't think that these facts provide proof that any elements of the story have paranormal explanations.
What does Richard Doty have to say about how much of the story was real?
He claims that although many of the specifics that he told Paul were false, the core of the story, the idea that we have been visited by aliens and the government knows it, is true. He said that in 1979, just before the Benowitz affair began, he was briefed onto a classified program.
I was selected to participate in a special access program within the counterintelligence community. My supervisor just looked at me and said, "You're going to be briefed into a program, and you're going to be responsible for investigating everything associated with this program." The first part of the briefing dealt with how the United States Air Force were countering unauthorized disclosure of technology in the public by using the UFO phenomena as a cover. The briefing was where we were actually shown and briefed about the United States government's involvement with extraterrestrials since the late 1940s. Well, they showed us a lot of things. They showed us a film, which was late 40s or early 50s film of a recovery operation, which they talked about as being in Roswell. They showed crash debris, they showed extraterrestrial bodies, and then there was also a briefing showing a live alien sitting in a room talking to people. And then the narrator of this film talked about the continuation of a connection between the United States government and extraterrestrial civilizations. After viewing this, I was not sure if it was real, if it was they presented it to us for some reason, maybe some kind of psychological condition. I don't think I initially believed anyone. But after the film was over with, an Air Force colonel in uniform then started talking about the operation of the program and how the United States government, and it was always the United States government, it wasn't the Air Force or Army, it was the United States government, how they progressed from the early days, meaning the crash retrieval operations in the late 40s until now, which was the late 70s. And then the more he spoke, the more I realized that what I saw was real. I mean, this guy wouldn't be sitting here, standing here talking to us with the people in the room, briefing in this high-level program if it was false. Roswell had two crashes. One Roswell and one Roswell. They didn't find the craft for a couple of years. It was all one craft. It took them a couple of years to find the second crash.
So today, Doty says that Roswell really was an alien crash, and that the government had subsequent contact with the aliens.
How credible do you find him? How do we know he's telling the truth at this point?
Art Bell asked him that exact question.
You were a disinformation specialist. How in God's name am I supposed to understand I'm hearing the truth from you now?
I would have no reason whatsoever. If I wanted to disinform you, Art, what I would do is try to convince you that the extraterrestrial visitation was baloney. That everything that you ever heard was wrong. I can't do that because it's not true. I wouldn't do that. I have no reason now, after all these years, to do it. I wasn't proud of what I did. I mean, I did a job. I'm not proud of what I did then. I'm really not. I mean, I'm somewhat embarrassed at times about.
But maybe you're proud of what you're doing now.
Well, I'm truthful now. I'm forward. I mean, I'm open now.
So Doty says he should be believed now because he's no longer working for the Air Force. He no longer is doing the job he had then, allowing him to be open and truthful. And because if he wanted to disinform, he would simply try to get us to believe that there hasn't been any alien contact. I don't buy either of these reasons. Regarding the first, just because you're no longer publicly employed by the Air Force Office of Special Investigations doesn't mean you aren't doing their bidding or that of some other intelligence organization. Intelligence agents can stay on retainer even after their official employment ends, or they can be hired by other intelligence agencies like the NSA or the DIA or the CIA, and this fact isn't publicly announced. Well, they're doing the bidding of an intelligence agency.
What about the claim that if Doty wanted to disinform Art, he would be trying to convince him there was no alien contact?
The basis of this claim is that since the Benowitz affair, the Air Force has come out and said that the Roswell incident, which we discussed in episode 49, did not involve a UFO. Fine. In the 1990s, the Air Force said that what really crashed was a secret balloon project to detect Soviet nuclear tests, and we didn't want them to know we were monitoring the tests, which is why they wanted to keep the nature of the crash secret. But does the 1990s statement really represent a change in Air Force policy on UFOs? No. Back in the early 1980s, the Air Force's position was dismissive of UFOs. That was the justification for closing Project Blue Book in 1970. We looked into this, we didn't find anything significant, we didn't find anything threatening to our national defense, and if there is anything to this alien business, we have no proof. And that's essentially the Air Force's attitude today, with the added detail that what crashed in Roswell was a Cold War spying project. So, during the Paul Benowitz affair, the Air Force's public attitude was that we have no proof of alien contact. Yet, their disinformation agents like Richard Doty were telling the UFO community that we do have such proof. Why then can't the same thing be happening now? The Air Force is still saying we don't have proof of aliens, while disinformation agents like Richard Doty, working either for them or another intelligence agency, are saying we do have proof. There has been no change, and we have no reason to trust what Doty is saying now.
If Doty's current claims are true, why would the Air Force...
Art also asked Doty this question, after which Doty and Bishop weigh in.
I still don't understand how they could have shown you the Roswell and the true history of ufology and what the government knew, and had you sign all this, and even today that you could be sitting here telling us.
Well, I tried to explain that to you.
Well, you did.
The government is saying now that doesn't exist, that is baloney. Even though I signed something, so what are they going to come back and try to prosecute me for something that they're saying is baloney?
Make them deny it. It's the whole trick.
Exactly. So they're not going to do that.
And I think Hugh Doty has an actual point. Since the government's current
different story is that they aren't in contact with aliens. It would be hard for them to prosecute Doty for saying that they are. They wouldn't want to prosecute him for that because it would attract too much attention and convince people they are in contact. However, the government could strike at him in some other way. They could prosecute him for something else. They could frame him for a crime. They could give him a debilitating illness or even kill him in a way that looks like an accident or a home invasion where the perp got away. Any number of things. What that tells us is one of two things is the case. Either the Air Force and other intelligence agencies don't care what Richard Doty is doing now and don't view him as a serious threat, or that he's actually doing their bidding. In both cases, we don't have a reason to believe what he says. And, as multiple people who've interviewed Doty over time have said, his stories keep changing. He hasn't been telling a single consistent story since the Benowitz affair ended, and the details of what he does say keep changing. To me, that says, don't trust anything Richard Doty says.
Are you saying that they've never visited Earth, that we don't have contact with them, or that we don't have alien tech?
No, those are much broader claims, and we need to look at the evidence from many more sources to evaluate them. I think intelligent aliens almost certainly exist somewhere in this big universe, and I'm open to the idea that they visited Earth, but what I am saying is don't trust anything Richard Doty says, and be aware that there has been a really big disinformation campaign on this topic.
Okay, so what can we say about what happened to Paul Benowitz from the faith perspective? What can we say about Richard Doty's personal culpability?
Richard Doty has expressed regret for what he did to Paul. We heard one clip earlier in the show where he said that, and he also says it here, although a little bit more defensively, since Art Bell has really been putting him on the spot.
Speaking today in 2005, I'm not proud of what I did. I mean, I had a job to do, and I did my job. I followed orders.
He also says that he didn't intend Paul to go off the deep end, and that he meant this to be a short-term deception that wouldn't actually harm Paul. And when things started getting serious, he says he tried to warn Paul to back off the subject. Then, after Paul was hospitalized, he tried to confess to Paul.
Towards the end of this operation, I tried to convince Paul. Now, this wasn't me as a OSI, this was me as a person, because I was concerned about Paul's health.
Yes.
I was trying to convince Paul, and I went to his son to do this, and said, hey, everything we told you before, Paul, is true. And I explained to him why we were doing it. But he never believed me. He said, no, I can't believe you, Chris, because...
Well, right, lie to me once, and lie to me twice, that's different. Right? So, I can see why that I think you were in official denial. Emergency mode, we've got to deny all this. Doty even says that he went against orders in his effort to undeceive Paul.
Exactly what happened to Paul. I mean, I went to talk to Paul about it, trying to convince him against my commander's orders. Telling me, hey, he doesn't have a friend, you can't go tell him this didn't happen. But he did anyway.
But his efforts were unsuccessful.
I visited Paul, and right up until probably 8 months before his death. I became friends with him, took him to dinner, and he never, I tried to talk to him, away from that subject, and he was totally committed.
From Bill Moore's perspective, Richard Doty wasn't the real problem here. In his 1989 talk, he told the MUFON audience,
Rick is not the man you're after. It's the person in the control position that's important here. In my opinion, he was simply a pawn in a much larger game, just as I was.
And I think that's right. I can't judge Richard Doty's heart or anybody else's. I'm glad that he's expressed regret over what he did, and I hope he's effectually repented. But he was only a small part of this. The people ultimately responsible were those in charge of the overall disinformation campaign.
I know we can't judge their hearts either, but what can we say about the morality of the overall campaign?
As we say in many episodes that involve espionage, it's going to depend on your overall theory of lying. If you think that lying is never permissible, then obviously disinformation campaigns are immoral. However, if you think there are circumstances where lying can be warranted, like tactical deceptions to save lives, especially in wartime, like telling the Nazis you don't have any Jews in your attic, then the situation's more complex. This was during the Cold War, and lives, potentially millions of lives, were on the line if things went badly with the Russians and we got into a nuclear war. Many people would look at that and say, most definitely, our intelligence agencies are warranted in telling some lies to the Russians, and even to the American people as a way of keeping the Russians in the dark.
Then the question would be, was this one of those cases? What do you say?
It depends on what the overall motive was. If the story that they would have us believe is true, that they were just trying to keep Paul from realizing that he had stumbled onto some classified projects, then lying would not be justified. Paul was a World War II vet and a patriotic American. He had offered to back off if what he had discovered was just some classified tech, and he certainly would have cooperated and kept it all secret if they had just admitted that. There was no need to lie to him. On the other hand, if all of this was part of a much larger, intentional disinformation campaign, the situation would be more complex. On the one hand, we need to keep the Soviets from discovering our secrets, but was a widespread disinformation campaign against the UFO community really the way to do that? I don't know all the secrets, or the intelligence methods the Soviets would use to try to get at them, so I can't ultimately say. But I can say that the whole thing leaves me absolutely queasy. The government should not be lying to a large number of American citizens without a very, very good reason, and it is not obvious to me why such a disinformation campaign would be necessary in this case.
How common is this kind of campaign? Do you think similar operations are happening right now?
Here's what Richard Doty told our Bell.
How universal do you think this kind of tactic is?
I know during the 60s and 70s and into the 80s it was widespread. It was a primary tactic used by U.S. intelligence for a number of things. We're not just talking about UFOs or aliens. We're talking about a lot of different things. Use disinformation to disinform anyone about anything if you play your cards right.
And such things are certainly still going on.
Is there any doubt in your mind that our government is still doing exactly that? There's somebody doing Richard Doty's past job in today's armed services.
Oh, I'm positive somebody's doing it. It's such a great method of laying people astray.
So disinformation is a great method of leading people astray, and there's certainly someone working for the government who is doing that for us right now, today, maybe Richard Doty.
So Jimmy, what's your bottom line on the Paul Bennewitz and Project Beta affair?
Paul Bennewitz was a tragic figure. He was a brilliant man with a great deal of scientific knowledge. He was also psychologically fragile, and he ended up being driven over the brink by the lies he was told. The Air Force and Richard Doty presumably did not foresee what would happen to him. Paul may or may not have been entrapped by the Air Force and the intelligence community, but they did tell multiple lies to him and others, and the necessity of these is unclear at best and absent at worst. None of the UFO lore that came out of the Paul Bennewitz affair should be regarded as reliable. In fact, many parts of UFO lore should be treated with great suspicion, as Paul was only one element in a broader disinformation campaign, as Bill Moore revealed. And you should never trust anything Richard Doty says.
So Jimmy, what do we have for further resources for the listener?
We'll have a link documentary, Mirage Men, also Mark Pilkington's book, Mirage Men, which covers some different ground than the documentary does, so there's added value there. Greg Bishop's book, Project Beta, Gabe Valdez Jr.'s book on Dulce Base,
an open letter from Alejandro Rojas, who was one of the people who was accused Doty of just being a rogue agent who didn't have orders, and so he explores that idea in this open letter. Also, the link to the original Coast to Coast AM interview with Greg Bishop and Richard Doty, so you can hear the whole thing if you're a Coast subscriber. Article on Paul Benowitz, an article on Dulce Base, one on Kirtland Air Force Base, the Albuquerque Historical Society's article on Kirtland Air Force Base, an article on the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, or APRO, one on the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, one on the National Security Agency, a copy of Richard Doty's military records, and an article on what limited hangouts are.
Excellent. This has been a great 2 episodes on this subject, and thank you very much for that. So let's move on to our mysterious feedback, and as I said before, we're going to be receiving feedback on our recent episode on the Mark of the Beast. The first feedback comes from Midwest Nagifa on YouTube, who writes, "Great episode, but the Pope didn't end up getting discussed."
Yeah, that's true. If I had thought about it, I would have included a segment in the show where we discuss the claim that one of the Pope's alleged titles, Vicarius Filii Dei, or Vicar of the Son of God, adds up to 666. There's a bunch of problems with that. Among other things, that's not one of the Pope's official titles. And if you get to pick your own phrase and add it up, you can make anybody the beast. Also taken seriously by any biblical scholars. The rest of the data about the beast does not fit the Pope. And so this is an idea that's out there in some fundamentalist circles, but it's not really taken seriously by biblical scholars, and so it wasn't really on my brain. But I'm sure we'll cover it in the future in an episode devoted to the papal Antichrist theory.
Okay. Father Horton sent an email. He said, "I agree that the most likely conclusion is that it's gematria, and that the most likely candidate is Nero, but I don't think that either one is an open and shut case. It's not certain that the number is the number of a man, as is often translated. The word being translated is anthropo, which shows up in a very similar usage in Revelations 21:17, definitely not meaning of a man in the sense of a singular individual. Another puzzling issue is that, although St. Irenaeus is aware of the 616 reading, he doesn't think that it points toward Nero. He has lots of ideas, some more inventive than others, but not Nero. I would think that were Nero the obviously right answer that everyone knew in the late 1st century, it is unlikely that Irenaeus would be unaware of it as he is. He also looks for a future fulfillment of the prophecy without referring to the idea that it has already been fulfilled. A good episode at any rate, and thank you for working to calm the fears of people who are upset by incautious rumor mongers."
So, Father Horton has a number of good things to say here, and I actually had to condense his email a little bit, but I tried to retain the essential points. He's correct that the word anthropo, which is the genitive form of the noun anthropos, meaning man or human, and because it's the genitive form, because of the way the Greek works, it can be translated either of man or of a man. That's a decision that the translators have to make. And the thing that you want to look to answer that is the context. So when anthropo shows up in Revelation 21:17, John has been measuring the heavenly city, and he's links it to the Roman Empire and the line of Roman emperors, specifically. The 7 heads represent 7 kings or emperors. And when we then find that one of those emperors has a name that adds up to 666, and he persecuted Christians, and he fulfills all the other things about the beast, I think that context helps serve as confirmation that, yeah, we've got the right interpretation here. Now, I agree, St. Irenaeus of Lyon, who is writing about 120 years later by my reckoning, he's writing around the year 189 AD, he did not link it to Nero. He had various other theories, but I don't think that it was obvious to everyone in the 1st century that Nero was the answer. John specifically says it takes wisdom to calculate this. So John expects some people to get it, but not everyone to get it. And I think some people did get it, which is why we have the number 616. but I think not everybody got it because that's everybody in the 2nd and 3rd and 4th century saying, oh yeah, that was Nero, or that was linked to Nero. So I think the knowledge of who it was fairly limited and died out fairly quickly. Is because of the hermeneutic that Irenaeus and others tended to apply to Revelation, literal hermeneutic, and so they expected things to be fulfilled in a more spectacular way than they actually were in the 1st century. Events to just have fulfillments in the future. And as part of the overly literal hermeneutic, Irenaeus and others think that, like, Revelation 20's millennium is going to be a physical earthly reign of Christ for 1,000 years and stuff. So I think these guys had an overly literal interpretation, so they didn't actually did occur, and they kept it in the future, and that's why they didn't associate the beast with Nero, and that's why the knowledge of that fulfillment became eclipsed.
Charlie K. writes on YouTube, the Boss Metal Zone guitar pedal is known by guitar players to be one of the worst sounding pedals ever made, which means the schematic was probably more of an inside joke to guitar players than anything. When I found out this was the case, I thought it was hilarious.
So this refers to a claim that we covered in the Mark of the Beast episode where some people had put up a schematic on the web and claimed that it was a schematic for a Mark of the Beast chip that you would get with the COVID vaccine, when actually it was a schematic for this guitar pedal. And I, not being a guitar player myself, much less a electric guitar player, I had no idea that this was recorded as one of the worst, and that only adds to the situation. So thank you, Charlie, for sharing.
It's like the Jar Jar Binks of guitar pedals. Sherry Not Shirley on YouTube writes, so very helpful, glad I found this video, relieved.
And thank you.
You too on YouTube wrote, I got the first of 2 COVID-19 vaccine shots and 665 appeared on my forehead. I'm nervous about getting the 2nd dose.
I would be too if that happened to me.
Crystal M on Facebook wrote, thank you. I am a Catholic convert from a very end-times focused Protestant background. I know we're not supposed to be afraid and to trust in God, but I'm human and this stuff freaks me out. This episode made so much sense and I feel a lot more calm about it. I even shared it with others like me. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Crystal. I'm very glad that the episode was helpful to you and that it helped, calm some concerns, and thank you for sharing it with others.
And thank you, everyone, for your feedback. We really appreciate it. So, Jimmy, what mysterious headlines do we have this week?
Well, we've been talking about space and aliens and life in space, so I thought I'd give us a space theme today. Years ago, we've been sending probes to Mars for a long time. Now, when we sent the Viking probes in the 70s, one of the experiments we ran said there was life on Mars. And they then quickly tried to debunk that, but actually the guy who ran the debunking has subsequently been debunked. And so this is still an open question. Is there life on Mars? And I think the odds are actually good that there is, but we'll have to see. Now, in subsequent decades, they kept sending probes to Mars to look for conditions that might harbor life. I remember, for example, George Knapp, one of the weekend hosts on Coast to Coast, complaining about, why are you searching for life-supporting conditions? Just send a probe to test for life. Well, they're finally doing that. And so, as of a few days ago, before this episode releases, the Perseverance rover will have arrived at Mars and either landed successfully or failed spectacularly. But hopefully it landed successfully because its purpose is to search for life in the soil of Mars and return samples to Earth where they can be studied by scientists under a microscope, and we can look and see, are there really microbes here? So we'll have a link to NASA's official page about that. Also, speaking of searching for formerly living things off of Earth, there may be dinosaur bones on the moon. Because when the big asteroid or asteroids hit Earth 60 million years ago, there was so much ejecta that some of it would have ended up on the moon, and there could be dinosaur bones and frozen dinosaur meat up there. We'll have to find out. Once we get back to the moon in a few years, maybe we'll run across some interesting flash frozen dinosaur stuff. And if life can go up from Earth, life can come down to Report of a meteor in Peru that has made people sick. So there's this weird meteor sickness that's happened down in Peru. It hypothetically could be due to a number of things. One of them is there could be a virus or other pathogen on the meteor, other microorganism on the meteor. It's also possible that it could be due to something else. It could be hysteria.